Good morning, everyone. I request everyone in the auditorium to please take their seats. Everyone standing on the top left side, everyone please take your seats. You're expected to wear your sachet around your neck. Please don't hold it in your arms or put it on your laps. And everyone please be quiet. We're soon to start. Thank you so much. Atmi and Chirag, will you please spread out a bit? All of you are together in a corner or a place, yeah? Everyone at the rear end of the auditorium, please take your seats immediately.
Good morning, students. Is there any problem backside? I want you all to sit within a minute, please. We are already late. Let's not delay this pre-convocation. I request the volunteers not to crowd. Volunteers, please don't crowd. No shouting. I understand we have 6 schools together here today, and this is the first time that we are going to have a convocation which is going to be common across the campuses, where you have the same program being offered, and all 6 schools together here. Understand, dear students, it's a big day for you, it's a big day for us too. It's a very formal event, it's not any entertainment program that's going to go on here. It's difficult sitting here all through the convocation, not talking to your friends, not loitering about in and out the auditorium, but this is a very formal event. I would request students to maintain the decorum, and believe me, from here, all 570 students can be seen very clearly. It's only being told with a view that please understand, it's the way you behave, the guest carries this particular image of NMIMS convocation here today. So if there's anything that is really troubling you, you could leave the auditorium right now. If not, you're going to be sitting as and when you're going to get instructions, you're going to adhere to the discipline and the decorum of this event. I give you a chance, if it's your decision, totally voluntary. And I would appreciate if you would have such kind of silence all through the event till we have the guest who leaves this auditorium. Rest of the day, you could have it for your enjoyment. Thank you. Start.
Welcome to one and all present here. I would like to start with a quote by Nora Ephron. Your education is a dress rehearsal for a life that is yours to lead. I, Aarti Daga, Assistant Professor, Balwansheth School of Architecture, extend a very warm welcome to you all to the Convocation Ceremony 2022. I take this opportunity Thank you. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Meena Chintamanani, Pro Vice Chancellor, SVKM's NMIMS University, Dr. H. Ravi Shankar Kamath, Registrar, SVKM's NMIMS University, Dr. Kaivan Mehta, Dean, Balwant Sheth School of Architecture and Center of Interior Environment and Design, Dr. Ruchita Verma, Dean, School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Sushil Kulkarni, Dean of School of Mathematics, Applied Statistics and Analytics, Dr. Achyut Vaze, In Charge Dean, Jyoti Dalal School of Liberal Arts, Professor Ramanan Balakrishnan, Associate Dean, School of Branding and Advertising, Dr. Purvi Bhatt, Associate Professor and HOD, today representing Dr. Nitin Desai, Dean of Sunandan Devetya School of Science. Before we go ahead, I request everyone present in the auditorium to kindly put their mobile phones on silent. I now request Dr. Meena Chintamanani, Pro Vice Chancellor, to present the degree certificates to the students of the Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, and Bangalore campuses in various programs of science. I also request Dr. Purvi Bhatt, Associate Professor and HOD of Sunandan Devetya School of Science, to accompany Dr. Meena Chintamanani on the dais. I also request Dr. Brujesh to announce the names of the students.
Good morning, all of you. So, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch of 2020-2022 who, on the basis of their CGPA, have been declared successful for the award of Master of Science in Biological Sciences and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. I request Dr. Purvi to kindly accompany her. Ms. Aishwarya Patel, Mr. Akshay Paradkar, Ms. Anushri Govalkar, Mr. Shubham Borse, Ms. Hiloni Doshi, Ms. Amisha Malviya, Ms. Shreya Kumar, Ms. Aishwarya Naidu, Ms. Zayakshi Temburne, Mr. Aryan Yadav, Ms. Harshita Bhanushali, Ms. Tanisha Bose, Ms. Pradnya Chaukekar, Mr. Dhruvil Mehta, Mr. Sanchit Sharma, Mr. Omkar Dhurat, Mr. Vishnu Nair, Ms. Divya Balkrishnan, Ms. Madhura Kamath, Ms. Hufriya Tantra, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch of 2017-2022 who, on the basis of their CGPA, have been declared successful for the award of Master of Science in Biomedical Science and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Ms. Saloni Nachne, Ms. Akshita Nagar, Mr. Akash Petwal, Ms. Arzu Puri, Ms. Rajvi Ben Shah, Ms. Riya Vaishampayan, Ms. Freyan Wakharia, Mr. Aradhya Walinchkar, and Ms. Prachi Kulkarni. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Ms. Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch of 2020-2022 who, on the basis of their CGPA, have been declared successful for the award of Master of Science in Chemistry and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Mr. Adarsh Sharma, Mr. Prajeet Khedekar, Ms. Vanisha Katta, Ms. Riya Dubey, Mr. Darshan Solanki, Mr. Muhammad Arfat Sheikh, Mr. Salman Shah, Ms. Reeti Panchal, Ms. Twinkle Parashar, Ms. Aditi Sakpal, Ms. Srishti Rane, Mr. Vinay Adhikari, Ms. Sajida Sayed, and Mr. Priyajbhai Patak. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch of 2020-2022 who, on the basis of their CGPA, have been declared successful for the award of Master of Physiotherapy and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Ms. Chetna Parab, Miss Krutali Ghogle, Miss Sanika Singh, Miss Dhruvi Shah, Miss Maithili Bijur, Miss Kajal Chheda, Miss Twinkle Shah, Miss Gauri Jadhav, Miss Ankita Thakur, Miss Dhruvi Shah, Miss Rosaline Callery, Mr. Urvesh Kumar Patel, Miss Aparna Tare, Miss Tanvi Dalvi, Miss Dhwani Patel, Miss Falguni Tanna, Miss Anushka Sabu, Miss Pratiksha Hegde, Miss Barkha Shroff, Miss Mansi Parmar, Miss Khyati Shah, Miss Anagha Palande, Miss Prachi Mansatta, Miss Rachna Punekar, Miss Hetal Shah, Miss Yashika Patel, Miss Sanyukta Anchan, Mr. Chinar Bavaskar, Miss Bhumi Patel, Miss Dhyeya Vaishnav, Miss Zoya Khatri, Miss Masumi Shah, and Miss Arshia Sheikh. I now call Dr. Leena Kulkarni to continue with the proceedings. Thank you.
Request you all to maintain silence. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch 2020-22 who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Master of Science in Statistics and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Shilpi Gupta, Shikha Basak, Albina Ribello, Jolisa Pereira, Chelsea Fagnia, Chaitra Bellur, Nikita Bedekar, Sakshi Jaguste, Aditi Chabria, Harshit Ajmera, Joel Jacob, Gayatri Tavle, Shibani Parui, Janavi Joshi, Pooja Jaiswal, Sagar Tiwari, Akanksha Mormare, Malavika Satnarayan, Varun Parmar, Mahadev Kandarkar, Pratik Shinde, Samiksha Sharma, Shirley Dabre, Akanksha Nagane, Sylvie Rosario, Manali Salvi. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch 2020-22 who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Master of Science in Applied Statistics and Analytics and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Samriddhi Jaiswal, Gayatri Iyer, Megha Shah, Jigya Jamsandekar, Rutvik Dhopate, Bhargavi Gogle, Rutik Burke, Dhruv Tare, Chanel Lemos, Shivani Arade, Shraddha Lokhande, Yukta Mehra, Shreyas Nayak, Param Mehta, Neeraj Bachuka, Shubhangi Krishnan, चैत्रा जोशी, अदिति सावंत, चिन्मय परुळेकर, जान्हवी कानडे, समृद्धी जाधव, संपदा पाटणकर, संविदा सावंत, अद्वैत भावे, जान्हवी चारी, श्रद्धा गावड़े, यश दुगर, मधुमिका प्रभु, सानिका बोटेकर, निखिल गोंड, साक्षी अवस्थी, केदार पिंगे, रोहित मौर्य, प्रीति तिवारी, अंकुर त्रिपाठी, श्रद्धा तळेकर, अजय दाड़ी, ऋतुजा शिंगारे। Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch 2019-22 who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Bachelor of Science in Applied Statistics and Analytics and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Abhiraj Bagayatkar, Aryan Chabra, Shreya Iyer, Kushish Jain, Priyesh Mehta, Garp Mulchandani, Shubham Patel, Aditi Patil, Rashil Shah, Srijan Singh, Aniket Shetty, Devina Nair, Hemant Sharma, Sanjeet Singh, Snehal Shirvaikar, Vedant Limaye, Hela Mayang, Isha Ojha, Jaishwin Kaur, Kartik Sharma, Mahima Doshi, Rishi R. Thank you. Suhasi Gohil. Thank you.
Everyone, please maintain silence, and all those who are standing in the auditorium, please take a seat. I request Dr. Meena Chintamaneni to continue being on the stage to give the degrees to the students of the other schools. Thank you, Dr. Purvi Bhatt and Dr. Leena Kulkarni. I now request Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, Pro Vice Chancellor, to present the degree certificates to the students of Balwant Sheth School of Architecture and Center of Interior Environment and Design, Mumbai campus, in various programs of architecture and interior design. I also request Dean Dr. Kevan Mehta to accompany Dr. Meena Chintamaneni on the dais. I now request Professor Prakriti Mehta to announce the names of the students.
Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch 2020-2022, who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Master of Architecture and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Pranav Bobre, Ganesh Srivastav, Kanwar Heyansh, Achal Makharia, Rutuja Malokar, Tanushri Manivanan, Chinmay Mehta, Virat Patel, Namrata Roy, Rutvi Shah, Robin Kumar Sharma, Siddhi Sharma, Mohammad Hamza Solanki, Vishal Vadgama, Smith Yagnik. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch 2017-2022, who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Bachelor of Architecture and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Ashka Ajmera, Kaira Bhalla, Ahan Das Gupta, Ayushi De Costa, Devashri Deshmukh, Shreya Gupta, Arushi Kejriwal, Khush Khandelwal, Nikhil Kishnani, Tavish Lakhwara, Rosal Mehta, Anushka Nayak, Rushil Patel, Ayushi Preethamani, Amar Rasai, Ruhi Ratho, Devansh Shah, Drishti Shah, Richa Solanki, Preya Somani, Kaushal Sutar, Harshiv Waghela, Divya Vora, Stavan Gang, Ruchika Khalate, Yagnesh Mehta, Tirth Gajra, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch 2019-2022 who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Bachelor of Arts Honours, Interior Environment and Design and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Ahana Acharya, Palak Bajaj, Havra Bandukwala, Ankita Bhalla, Monisha Daga, Bharat Raj Inani, Mehak Jain, Tanya Kedia, Alia Khan, Nikita Naredla, Kripa Parmar, Mrishi Sakaria, Krushita Shah, Janvi Shah, Rudra Taylor, Disha Verma, Asta Vora. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kevan Mehta and Professor Prakriti Mehta. I kindly request Dr. Meena Chintamani, Pro Vice Chancellor, to present the degree certificates to the students of School of Liberal Arts, Mumbai campus. I also request in charge dean, Dr. Achyut Vaze, to accompany Dr. Meena Chintamani on the dais. I request Professor Varika Arora to announce the names of the students. I request everyone to kindly maintain silence. Professor Varika Arora is unavailable for today. Okay, Mr. Gaurav will now present the names of the students.
Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch 2019-22 who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Bachelor of Arts Honours in Liberal Arts and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Raina Chaudhary, Simran Bhimani, Anya Shah, Numan Atarwala, Seher Qureshi, Aparajita Mukherjee, Khushi Bafna, Anushka Srivastav, Som Nagda, Siddhi Gupta, Dakshita Nayak, Krina Mehta, Prushti Jain, Ananya Mishra, Samara Kairana, Ishika Kriplani, Rama Renavika, Anit Batra, Preksha Shah, Siddharth Joshi, Manya Malik, Sunidhi Mundra, Kabir Murugkar, Rahil Shah, Sahiba Bajaj, Arushi Bajaj, Ayusha Joshi, Tithi Agarwal, Prachi Mundra, Amal Khan, Veda Shroff, Radhika Pandare, Priyal Khanuja, Harshita Pandey, Ritika Dalal, Dhanush B. Sachin, Yashash Shivakramani, Kamil Pirani, Hishita Kachara, Gurbani Kaur Guglani, Ishika Garg, Ashrita Murali, Pavitra Khandelwal, Khushi Gupta, Simran Mehra, Ayush Sagar, Dhwani Parekh, Khushi Shah, Jaita Huig, Dhwani Menon, Rashida Garwal, Ishan Chitnis, Shivam Vikal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Achyut Vaze and Professor Gaurav. I kindly request Dr. Meena Chintamani, Pro Vice Chancellor, to present the degree certificates to the students of School of Branding and Advertising, Mumbai campus. I also request Associate Dean, Professor Ramanan Balakrishnan, to accompany Dr. Meena Chintamani on the dais. I request Professor Neha Singh to announce the names of the students.
Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Meena Chintamani, I present before you the graduating batch 2019 to 22 who, on the basis of their CGPA, have been declared successful for the award of Bachelor of Business Administration, Branding and Advertising, and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. अक्षरा अग्रवाल, ऋषिता अग्रवाल, सृष्टि अग्रवाल, गार्गी बगुल, यजुर भारद्वाज, नितिलक्ष भास्कर, संकेत बिराजदार, ध्वनि चड्डा, अक्षय चतुर्वेदी, संस्कार छापरिया, पेरिका छोरिया, दिव्यांश गोयल, निष्का ग्रोवर, तान्या गुर्तू, ध्वनि हांडा, हर्षिल हांडा, अक्षिता जैन, चित्रांगना जैन, जिनिशा जैन, जीविका जैन, लवीना जैन, सुहानी जैन, मोहक काला, सृष्टि केशवानी, अली खान, ऋतिक कोचर, श्लोक महादेविया, मानसी मिश्रा, जायान अलवाला, रिमिशा परीदा, नमन पृथी, Karina Salim, Shreya Sangvi, Hanishi Shah, Sakshi Shah, Jinay Seth, Anirudh Shetty, Ritika Singh, Shamit Trivedi, Sanvid Vaid, Yashvi Velani, Apurv Yadav, Vanshika Khanna, Shreya Sahai, Shubh Baheti, Rishabh Suri. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramanan Balakrishnan and Professor Neha Singh. Now, I kindly request Dr. Meena Chintamani, Pro Vice Chancellor, to present the degree certificates to the students of School of Hospitality Management, Navi Mumbai campus. I also request Dean Dr. Ruchita Verma to accompany Dr. Meena Chintamani on the dais. I request Professor P. Manikandan, Associate Dean, to announce the names of the students.
Shall we? Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch 2019-22 who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Bachelor of Business Administration in Hospitality Operations and Management and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Mr. Kush Annam, Ghazna Ansari, oh she's not here, Ashlesh Bosle, Arpita Chakrabarti, Parv Chanana, Aryan Dikshit, Aarti Gupta, Akhil Gupta, Janvi Gupta, Suraj Gupta, Naman Jain, Jessica James, Parag Joshi, Harshada Kanchar, Riya Katakdon, Sushant Kumar, Vedant More, Pratik Natani, Heta Patel, Majid Patel, Parth Patel, Padmaja Punwatkar, Ishan Rajas, Kitish Rajput, Yashvi Rathor, Isha Sangoy, Darshan Sharma, Anshika Srivatsava, Tanishk Srinivasan, Arya Tiwari, Vivek Trivedi, Rahul Verma, Sadhna Yadav.
Thank you, Dr. Ruchita Verma and Professor Manikandan. I kindly request Dr. Meena Chintamani, Pro Vice Chancellor, to present the degree certificates to the students of School of Mathematics, Applied Statistics and Analytics, Mumbai campus. I also request Dean Dr. Sushil Kulkarni to accompany Dr. Meena Chintamani on the dais. I now request Dr. Leena Kulkarni to announce the names of the students. I also request the volunteers to see to it that everyone in the auditorium is sitting and is quiet and is not moving around. Volunteers, please take charge. Thank you so much.
Everyone, please take their seats. At the back, please take your seats and keep quiet. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch 2019-2022 who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Bachelor of Science in Mathematics honors and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Kush Girap, Samiha Jain, Bharat Jetmalali, Roma Malhotra. Akita Saini. Soumya Taneja. Ishika Javeri. Thank you.
He wants to talk to you for a minute. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sushil Kulkarni and Dr. Leena Kulkarni. Everyone, I request you to please be patient for a minute or two before we take the proceedings ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I once again request Dr. Purvi Bhatt, Associate Professor and HOD, School of Science, to accompany Dr. Meena Chintamaneni to present the degrees to the students of Sunandan Divitya School of Science. I request Dr. Brajesh to announce the names of few of the students.
Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, I present before you the graduating batch of 2020-2022 who, on the basis of their CGPA, have been declared successful for the award of Master of Physiotherapy and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Ms. Hetal Shah, Ms. Yashika Patel, Ms. Sanyukta Anchan, Ms. Bhumi Patel, Ms. Dhyeya Vaishnav, Ms. Zoya Khatri, Ms. Masumi Shah, and Ms. Arshia Sheikh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, Dr. Purvi Bhatt, and Dr. Brashesh. Thank you to all our dignitaries. Heartiest congratulations to our graduating students. Please put your hands together for a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I request all dignitaries, thank you. I request all dignitaries, faculty members to assemble in the Mukesh Patel foyer for the academic procession. Students, please remain seated in the auditorium. Thank you so much.
Visionaries and innovators are the one who sense and provide for what rise from the sphere of growing need of the mankind. They change the rules of the world. NMIMS is the game changer of today's higher education. It began its journey in 1981, following the footsteps of its parent body, Shri Vile Parle Kelwani Mandal SVKM, which has been spreading quality education since 1934. We envision an excellent future from the time we started. A foresight that was born out of the furnace of changing times in India. We are committed to see our visions materializing in the creation of a new paradise of knowledge and research.
The value systems that were imbibed upon us, that we were exposed to when at NMIMS, went a long way in grooming us for the years to come. I think that's the biggest takeaway for me from my 2 years at NMIMS.
I have been a sports person all throughout my life, and one of the things which happened when I joined NMIMS was that the competitive spirit which you normally carry in any sport was something which was there at all forefront. So I really think in that sense, wherever I am today in my career and wherever I will be in the next 10 to 20 years is all thanks to NMIMS.
I'm very confident that this will be one among the top 5 institutes in the world.
NMIMS shares a strong partnership with industry, government bodies and NGOs across the globe.
Appropriately complements the vision, mission and the goals of your university.
We innovate and take risks because we believe in entrepreneurship. This is principally the driving force behind our work, and we intend to tread the path to sheer excellence.
नरसिंह मोंजे की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है उसका इंडस्ट्री और एलुमनाई नेटवर्क.
We keep an eye and sense the growing need of every sector of the economy. To furnish multi-skilled workforce, we have broken down several barriers between disciplines and offered a number of innovative courses to the world. Integrated 5-year MBA Tech program, domain MBA programs in pharmaceutical management, actuarial science, capital markets and banking. Executive PhD program in management, a first of its kind in the country. An integrated 5-year Pharma Tech program. An integrated MSc PhD program in chemical sciences and biological sciences. We are the only institution in the country to have a virtual trading room.
I have been associated with NMIMS for close to 20 years. Very few top-notch B schools in the country respect its customers and are willing to really listen to them and then go one step beyond and change the curriculum. NMIMS has been a willing partner with us in terms of taking our inputs and contemporarizing the banking education in this country. And I also personally believe that I want to associate myself in this particular team which is thinking differently and which is working towards taking NMIMS to becoming a global institution.
In a time of global interdependency, we see to it that knowledge is not restricted within our country, but that there is a continuous exchange through partnerships across the globe. faculty development led us to secure our ties with Harvard Business School. An active industry experience leads our faculty to regularly contribute in case studies, research and publications in India and in reputed international journals.
NMIMS has a root in the business school, which was set up in 1981. Ever since we became the university, we have today put our footprints in different disciplines. The essence of the school, as I have often said, lies in the fact that we have been innovative, we have been market friendly, and above all, our entire focus has been to develop a cadre of employable young people in this country. And it is from that kind of a perspective that we have looked at not just merely the programs, but even our entire research agenda that we have created in our own institution. Another aspect of NMIMS and the spirit of NMIMS is it's a highly entrepreneurial institution. NMIMS is an institution where we continuously transcend horizon, and we shall continue to do so.
NMIMS encompasses 8 schools. School of Business Management, the flagship school of NMIMS, which is ranked among the top 10 business schools of the country. Produce an army of socially sensitive leaders. Mukesh Patel School of Technology Management and Engineering. We created a new breed called Techno Managers. A variety of courses enrich the technical workforce at different sectors of the economy. School of Pharmacy and Technology Management. Our mission is to furnish qualified professionals for pharma research, production and healthcare. Balwant Sheth School of Architecture. BSSA was started with a mission to broaden the boundaries of architecture and design to socio-cultural areas of the society and to create a pool of urban designers and planners.
Hello everyone, we're back. I know you're enjoying your photo shoots. People are still clicking selfies and enjoying. Please do that. But we are running before schedule for a change, and that's really nice. You can clap if you want to. Because I think the audience loves to clap now. Okay, anyway, apart that, since we are before schedule and everyone is already here, we've taken a decision to start the main convocation ceremony a little prior to the time. So I request you to settle down in the next 10 minutes. You can take selfies for 5 minutes and then start moving to your seats. Okay, thank you so much. 10 minutes, it's exactly 10 a.m. By 10:10, please be on your seats. Thank you so much.
Sarla Anil Modi School of Economics. We produce fresh economic planners and economic thought makers. School of Distance Learning. We take every initiative to stand by our commitment of continuing executive education in India. Apart from these 8 schools, we have 4 centers of excellence at NMIMS. These are Center for Intellectual Property Studies, BSc Center for Capital Market Studies, Center for Textile, Academy of Aviation. With a will to cross all dimensions in imparting knowledge, we started our educational programs in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Shirpur and Chandigarh. There's life in every part of the NMIMS campus. A congenial campus environment provides at-home experience to Indian and all our foreign students. NMIMS, where we transcend horizons. Visionaries and innovators are the one who sense and provide for what rise from the sphere of growing need of the mankind. They change the rules of the world. NMIMS is the game changer of today's higher education. It began its journey in 1981, following the footsteps of its parent body, Shri Vile Parle Kelwani Mandal SVKM, which has been spreading quality education since 1934. We envision an excellent future from the time we started. A foresight that was born out of the furnace of changing times in India. We are committed to see our visions materializing in the creation of a new paradise of knowledge and research.
The value systems that were imbibed upon us, that we were exposed to when at NMIMS, went a long way in grooming us for the years to come. I think that's the biggest takeaway for me from my 2 years at NMIMS.
I have been a sports person all throughout my life, and one of the things which happened when I joined NMIMS was that the competitive spirit which you normally carry in any sport was something which was there at all forefront. So I really think in that sense, wherever I am today in my career and wherever I will be in the next 10 to 20 years is all thanks to NMIMS.
I'm very confident that this will be one among the top 5 institutes in the world.
NMIMS shares a strong partnership with industry, government bodies and NGOs across the globe.
Appropriately complements the mission and the goals of your university.
We innovate and take risks because we believe in entrepreneurship. This is principally the driving force behind our work, and we intend to tread the path to sheer excellence.
नरसिंह मोंजे की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है उसका इंडस्ट्री और एलुमनाई नेटवर्क.
We keep an eye and sense the growing need of every sector of the economy. To furnish multi-skilled workforce, we have broken down several barriers between disciplines and offered a number of innovative courses to the world. Integrated 5-year MBA Tech program, domain MBA programs in pharmaceutical management, actuarial science, capital markets and banking. Executive PhD program in management, a first of its kind in the country. An integrated 5-year Pharma Tech program. An integrated MSc PhD program in chemical sciences and biological sciences. We are the only institution in the country to have a virtual trading room.
I have been associated with NMIMS for close to 20 years. Very few top-notch B schools in the country respect its customers and are willing to really listen to them and then go one step beyond and change the curriculum. NMIMS has been a willing partner with us in terms of taking our inputs and contemporarizing the banking education in this country. And I also personally believe that I want to associate myself in this particular team which is thinking differently and which is working towards taking NMIMS to becoming a global institution.
In a time of global interdependency, we see to it that knowledge is not restricted within our country, but that there is a continuous exchange through partnerships across the globe.
Okay, guys, please settle. I gave you sufficient time to take your pictures, take your selfies. Please respect the fact and be on your seats in the next 2 minutes, please. Yeah? Everyone, please settle down. The academic procession is almost in place. We will be having them in the auditorium in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Please be seated, everyone. A gentle reminder, please put your mobile phones on silent. Just one more announcement. After the oath has been said, everybody has to say AI, right? I hope you remember. Thank you.
They change the rules of the world. NMIMS is the game changer of today's higher education. It began its journey in 1981, following the footsteps of its parent body, Shri Vile Parle Kelwani Mandal, SVKM, which has been spreading quality education since 1934. We envision an excellent future from the time we started. A foresight that was born out of the furnace
Safety video for NMIMS Mukesh Patel Auditorium.
Hello everybody, I am Pramanana Angre, Fire and Safety Officer for SVKM NMIMS. I am here to guide you on Mukesh Patel Auditorium safety exits.
There are a total of 8 doors and 6 exits. Both middle exits will take you to the same outer area. At all times, on each exit, safety personnel and ushers are always there to guide you in case of an emergency. Your safety is our responsibility. Do not panic. Stay calm. Do not run. Follow the given instructions. It is not safe to wander on your own. Now, let's get out from each exit. For audiences sitting in the front or middle, you have exits on your right and left. A total of 4 doors. Choose comfortably. Once you are out from your left, take left and walk straight till the end. Cross the passage. Take another left. You will come to an area where you will find stairs and escalators. For people coming from the right exit, once you are out, you too will come to the same area. In case, due to safety reasons, if escalators are shut down, then use them as stairs, and from both right and left, you will come up to this common area, which is the way out. For people at the back, take the nearest door to you. Come out, take left. Cross the passage. Take left. You will come directly to the common area. Likewise, for dignitaries and performing participants or people on or backstage, they also have 2 exits. If you are facing the audience, then at your right, this is the exit. Move out, take right, walk straight and take the stairs. Similarly, from your left, come out and take the same stairs to go out. You are safely out from all exits. At NMIMS, safety is our biggest priority. So you will see signage, fire extinguishers, open spaces, and proper adequate exits for your convenience.
I hope this video has helped you to understand the emergency exits. Thank you and be safe.
Please maintain silence. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the academic procession is about to enter the auditorium, requesting everyone to rise as the academic procession enters the auditorium. Please remain standing as the procession enters and be seated after the dignitaries take their seats on the dais. Request you to play the band. Everyone, please stand up. It is my privilege to introduce members of the academic procession. Shri Amit Sheikh, nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, SVKM's NMIMS University and Managing Committee Member of SVKM. Professor Indira J. Parekh, Honorable Chief Guest, President of Antardasha. Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, Honorable Vice Chancellor, SVKM's NMIMS University. Dr. Kevan Mehta, Dean, Balban Sheth School of Architecture and Center of Interior Environment and Design. Dr. Ruchita Verma, Dean, School of Hospitality Management. Dr. Sushil Kulkarni, Dean, School of Mathematics, Applied Statistics and Analytics. Dr. Achyut Vaze, in charge Dean, Jyoti Dalal School of Liberal Arts. Professor Ramanan Balakrishnan, Associate Dean, School of Branding and Advertising. Dr. Purvi Bhatt, Associate Professor and HOD, representing Dean, Dr. Nitin Desai of Sunandan Davetya School of Science, Associate Deans, HODs, faculty members of all the schools of NMIMS University. The academic procession is led by Dr. H. Ravi Shankar Kamath, Registrar, SVKM's NMIMS, deemed to be university, carrying the maize and the seal of the university. Please be seated. I, Aarti Daga, Assistant Professor, Balban Sheth School of Architecture, extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Chief Guest, Trustees, Managing and Executive Committee members, office bearers, senior advisors to the Honorable Chancellor, Deans, Directors, invited guests, faculty members, staff, and our dear students to the Convocation Ceremony 2022. August 20, 2022 marks the conclusion of an educational journey and commencement of a mission for a better future as an accomplished professional. Truly, this day signifies the culmination of many years of hard work in the relentless pursuit of knowledge that will enable a person to embrace opportunities and take on challenges with a clear vision and purpose. It's definitely a moment of pride, not only for you students, but also for your faculty, parents, and those who have played an integral role in shaping your lives. After the COVID-19 pandemic, this day we all come together with a lot more enthusiasm, energy, hope, and aspirations with the blessings of the Almighty. Before we go ahead, I request everyone present in the auditorium to kindly put their mobile phones on silent. Honoring the Indian tradition on this auspicious occasion, may I invite all the dignitaries on the dais to light the ceremonial lamp, accompanied with the Saraswati Vandana, and symbolically inaugurate the Convocation ceremony, followed by the NMIMS anthem. Request everyone to stand up for the lighting of the lamp and the Saraswati Vandana. Please remain standing till the end of the NMIMS anthem and take your seats only after the dignitaries take their seats on the dais.
या शुभ्रवस्त्राम्बरधरा
Please remain standing. We shall now play the we shall now play the NMIMS anthem. Please be silent. Thank you all. Please be seated. Request everyone to please maintain silence in the auditorium. I request Dr. H. Ravishankar Kamath, Registrar, SVKM, NMIMS University, to take charge of the proceedings. Please, sir.
Good morning. I request nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, SVKM's NMIMS and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Sri Amit Sheth, to declare the Convocation 2022 open.
I declare the Convocation 2022 open.
Thank you, Sri Amit Sheth and Dr. Kamath. I request the nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, SVKM's NMIMS University, Sri Amit Sheth, and the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, to welcome and felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Indira J. Parekh, and present a memento as a token of our gratitude. Professor Parekh is the president of Antardisha, which means directions from within. She is also the founder president of Flame University, Pune, and former dean, IIM Ahmedabad. She has been honored with several lifetime achievement awards, both nationally and internationally, for her contribution in education, human resource, and for women. Thank you, Sri Amit Sheth, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, and Professor Indira Parekh. I request the dignitaries to take the seat. Before the Honorable Vice Chancellor addresses us, I would like to introduce him. Dr. Ramesh Bhatt is Vice Chancellor of NMIMS University. He brings NMIMS extensive experience and 4 decades of teaching, research, consulting, and administrative experience. Before joining NMIMS, Dr. Bhatt served as professor at IIM Ahmedabad for more than 2 decades. Dr. Bhatt has served on adjunct and visiting faculty positions at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, IIM Udaipur, ISB Hyderabad, and worked at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and Sri Ram College of Commerce. He's worked on multiple long-term consulting assignments with the ABT Associates India, DFID New Delhi, Royal Netherlands Embassy India, and various short-term consulting projects with USAID New Delhi, CDC India, ADB, European Commission, and the WHO. He has served as an independent director at Corporation Bank, BEML, ITI Limited, National Small Industries Corporation, Ahmedabad Stock Exchange, and various other companies. Dr. Bhatt holds a PhD and postgraduate degree from Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, and a bachelor's degree in Commerce Honours from Hansraj College, University of Delhi. In 1990-91, he was a Takemi Fellow of International Health at the Harvard School of Public Health. With this brief introduction, I request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, to give a welcome address to our guest and the graduates.
Well, chief guest of the day, Professor Indra Parekh, Shri Amit Sheth, nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Ravi Shankar Kamath, Registrar of the University, Controller of Examination, Shri Ashish Apteji, Dr. Purvi Bhatt, School of Science, Dr. Kaivan Mehta, Balwant Sheth, School of Architecture, Dr. Achyut Veze, Dean, School of Liberal Arts, Dr. Ramanan Balakrishnan, Associate Dean, School of Branding and Advertisement, Dr. Ruchita Verma, Dean, School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Sushil Kulkarni, Dean, School of Mathematics, Applied Statistics and Analytics, members of the Board of Management, members of the faculty sitting here and staff, graduating students and their families joining through live streaming, and all guests. Well, very good morning to all of you, and I join everyone in welcoming you to this graduation ceremony of SVKM's NMIMS University. We are glad that after online convocations, we are celebrating your graduation in person after a gap of 2 years. This is really a proud moment for all of us. Your graduating today is really victory in many senses to you, coming out of catastrophe, where greeting tone used to be, "Am I audible?" I am glad we all came out of the crisis consistently learning and growing. It is indeed my great pleasure to welcome our chief guest of the function today, Professor Indra Parekh, who is the president of Antardisha and founder president of Flame University, Pune. And when the Flame University concept was being planned, she was very kind to include me as part of the project preparation team. And I was very happy to work on the project preparation plan of the Flame University. She is also the former dean, IIM Ahmedabad, where I worked with her for more than 2 decades. I think she is one of the finest storytellers I have come across in my life. And perhaps I think she is one of the professors who perhaps developed this as the pedagogy long time back in the management school. Many times I have been really great beneficiary of getting into her class silently, sitting in the back and listening to some great learnings. Madam, my warm welcome to you to the SVKM's and NMIMS University today. I also welcome nominee of Honorable Chancellor Shri Amit Sheth ji. I immensely admire him for his achievements, one of them being the marathon runner in Comrades Marathon Race which is one of the toughest marathon races in the world. And we are very happy that he is joining us to celebrate your achievements today. Well, your parents must be delighted today, and NMIMS University gratefully acknowledges their contribution to making it possible for you to reach to this stage. Well, starting your programs in different schools, when you perhaps joined these extraordinary institutions, I think you had many aspirations to explore and enrich yourself. You made new beginning, explored new horizons, and engaged in a whole range of academic ventures. Today you graduate from this university as an enriched person with outstanding achievements. The skills built in your field of study would have enriched you with the analytical thinking and problem-solving abilities to convert challenges into opportunities, and with an understanding of context and the market space will make you professional of par excellence. You graduate someone having gone through a rigorous curriculum and after testing yourself. During your learning journey, you engrossed yourself to explore the process of creative thinking, understanding the context, imbibe contemporary thinking and advanced technology, learn from the past, envision the future, and redefine and put forward value-creating responses. Your training of critical thinking and out-of-box innovative thinking approaches will help you to contemplate on multiple diverse planes. This is a skill and your ability to juggle between opposite thinking processes that gives you an edge in delivering socially relevant solutions. Your inclusive approach and your commitment characterizes the NMIMS University. Your training has helped you to imbibe evolved communication strategy to translate your ideas into reality. You all have the skills to develop unique syntax and the language not only to communicate your ideas to others, but also to ideate and develop new concepts and effective solutions. You graduate someone who understands the importance of collaborative processes and working with empathy. NMIMS has added value not only to your learning journey, but it also has added to the footprints of the university. I must say that you are going out in the world with excellent NMIMS credentials. Wherever you go and whatever you do, your actions will be like your fingerprints, proof of where you have been and what you have touched. Well, every completion has a new beginning, and the accomplishment of your graduation today marks a successful and proud entry into your future endeavors. As you embark upon your journey, I would like to extend my best wishes, hoping that each one of you finds a feeling of contentment and pride in everything you do. I am sure your great efforts and achievements will help you achieve great things in life. Your credentials will take you to much higher places, and I am sure you will prove yourself and contribute to making the world a better place. The phase of your graduation following the pandemic outbreak particularly turned out to be quite unprecedented for all of us. The pandemic required us to confront challenges on so many dimensions. NMIMS, like all institutions across the globe, confronted with an unusually extraordinary situation. The pandemic required us to teach, learn, and work remotely. We experienced the real VUCA word. VUCA stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. This is the word which was invented in 1980s. Perhaps if it was not invented, then it would have been invented now. We interacted with you, most of you, using virtual learning technologies. We remained conscious of making the learning process engaging and effective. The university rose to the challenge of this emergency. Everyone rose to a critical leadership position, I am proud that we all worked together, supported each other, and wherever needed, engaged in problem solving and coming with innovative solutions to deal with the challenges effectively. NMIMS has come a long way since March 2020 in excelling in delivering all our programs and academic requirements, and also ensuring the continuity of our activities and our programs. We continue to excel in our team approach and have a very high level of commitment. I thank all for wholeheartedly supporting the academic continuity plan, which the Vice Chancellor Office, under the leadership of Shri Amrishbhai Patel, put in place. Through a distributed leadership approach, we implemented the directions effectively. The support received from everyone, students, faculty, staff, and all the university departments, and our determination to resolve demonstrated our resilience and leading from the front. Through the efforts of everyone, we ensured completion of our academic sessions using online synchronous and asynchronous learning mode, completion of evaluation and examinations, declaration of all results, and ensuring that all the students who complete their program, they go to join their future career paths. I may say that we ensured continuity of our activities in a severe disruption situation with bold face. I sincerely thank the faculty and staff of NIMMS University for wholeheartedly supporting the academic continuity plan and seamless delivery of curriculum during the difficult times. I believe that we have many reasons to have enormous pride in how we handled the challenges and this change. I must acknowledge the tremendous support you and your parents provided to the university in these difficult times, and we always will remain grateful for their support. We continue to face the COVID variant risk, but we look forward with great hope and optimism now and in the times to come. We learned in the process that disruption and change are nothing but to become different. Your learning experience while at the NIMMS must have altered your perceptions about the world and yourself, and your learning will continue to be the lens through which you see the world and handle the change and disruption with resilience. Remember, the change and disruption are omnipresent. It will transcend you, build you, and most of all, will help you grow. Seize the change and disruption. One thing which helped us to ensure we come out of the present crisis with the least unintended consequences is teamwork. I feel we learned some new lessons that you may find helpful in your future endeavors. First is the distributed leadership and teamwork approach. Supporting each other and volunteerism ensured facing these challenges with the least resistance and disruption. The disruption also put us in a situation where we did not have a rule book or previous experience to address the new situation. We all faced unstructured situations where the solutions were worked out after an in-depth understanding of the processes and exploring the way forward. I would like to encourage you to see how the distributed leadership and the teamwork around the organizations has become an effective tool in handling this disruption situation. The second major learning which we had was facing the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. As we move forward, make sure dealing with volatility, you develop an attitude of responding and not reacting. And as a student of your programs, you are well aware about the difference between the responding and reacting. And handling the uncertainty, which is the second component of this VUCA situation, make sure that you are not allowing your fears to avoid taking risks. Third, to handle the complexity, ensure you are able to see and perceive with clarity. Your critical thinking skills will help you to link and develop interconnected framework of critical variables in the real life world to produce greater clarity. And last, handling ambiguity, make sure you spend some time on contemplation and meditation to quiet your mind enough to make meaning to handle the ambiguity. I think I see these as the 4 positive attitude tests. And if you follow these, I'm sure that you will be your superpower, and these powers will give you an extraordinary able to handle the future. Well, on this day of your graduation, we fondly share with you with our graduating students about our achievements and our future aspirations. NMIMS is very proud to see the contribution of Honorable Chancellor Shri Amrish Bhai Patel, our trustees, our faculty, our staff and students, our alumni, and all our stakeholders taking the NMIMS to new heights. NMIMS is a 4-decade-old premier university in India. Over these years, university has engaged and emerged as one of the most credible institutions of higher learning, as reflected by several rankings, ratings, stakeholder confidence, and reputation. You are going to become the proud alumni of the university, which is NAAC A+ accredited institution, the status granted to 29 universities out of 900 universities in India. Our schools, like management school, is AACSEB accredited, and 5 engineering programs are ABET accredited. These are one of the highest accreditations granted to top 5% institutions in the world. NIMS is taking forward the assurance of learning process to strengthen the learning ecosystem along with several global partnerships with leading universities of the world. Students have made a mark by winning several awards at national and international levels. The school have put a lot of effort in strengthening industry partnerships, case competition, debates, seminars, and conferences, and at national and international levels. I congratulate all the teams and mentors who made these achievements possible. The university has also started several new programs in areas of entrepreneurship, data sciences, psychology, data analytics, digital transformation, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, to name a few. Our students and alumni are highly sought after in national and international firms for their contemporary approach towards defining the problems and solving them with highly evolved tools, analysis, and communication. We recognize the contribution of all our alumni to the industry. We continue to strive best. Our new path is to reinvent ourselves and invent new things. We are determined to pursue 4 goals: knowledge creation, enhancing teaching and learning through assurance of learning system, making NMIMS known, recognized for its academic excellence and the most preferred institution of learning, and aligning the stakeholders and meeting their aspirations. Well, some words of wisdom which I can think of at this moment. I know that some of the recent discussions among the students is one of the sequel movies of Top Gun Maverick. I'm sure that many of you would have watched that movie. The movie epitomizes an interesting contrast and link between past and present, machines and human beings, relationships and regrets. I like this movie for the belief in the learning power of human being in the movie The Maverick pilot, but also the belief in sustained power of learning to teach and help others. I hope in your life you will follow this path. As you graduate, age will bring wisdom, but like Maverick, you must always remain the best. Like Maverick, keep up with the learning throughout your life, and whosoever needs help, teach them how to succeed. Like Tom Cruise, you always remain handsome, smart, talented, and always self-confident. Time and again, in real life, like Maverick is told that his days are over again and again, and for him it is time to go. Because he is always reminded, being the pilot, that planes will no longer need pilots like him. He was one of the finest pilots in that story. He is told again and again, drone technology has made pilots redundant and he is not needed anywhere. His boss, Admiral, says that looking at the way technology is developing, your extinction is inevitable. In one of the situations, Maverick is stuck behind enemy lines, and all he has on hand to escape is an old F-14 Tomcat from the 1980s. Against the fifth generation enemy aircraft, this old battered flying machine stands no chance. In an F-14, Maverick knows that they are technically outgunned by the enemy jets. Logically, the duo should be finished. However, his co-pilot reminds Maverick, it's not the plane, it is the pilot. Pilots make all the difference even in inferior machines. After he hears those words, Maverick snaps out of his near unconscious situation and delivers one hack of action. Remember, when dealing with the situations, and you are going to deal with a lot of the time the technology, and you will always be reminded, because the technology is changing the fast, that your days are over. Make sure that you remain like the pilot and do not leave the situation to the other aides. While pursuing your goals, remain conscious of the fact that the highest goals of your education must transition from profit maximization principles to a mission of value creation with integrity and being ESG sensitive in the current times. Given the infinite variety of real-world situations that can be as varied as life itself, the purpose of your education is to improve human life by creating value with integrity. The endeavors must be as sensible as nature itself, and delivering everything from the central idea of nature and flowering into a beautiful entity and being ESG compliant. All along, whenever your roles transition from your current roles to higher roles, to expert levels, and decoding the prevailing contemporary situations and discussing the social discourses, understand the expression, make sure ethical value creation is always your North Star to guide you. Well, years from now, when you look back, I assure you that you will feel nothing but proud of your alma mater. The last 2 years of learning experience from remote and attending online classes, you may like to recreate your NIMMS experience, at least some of it. You may consider visiting us as frequently as you can, and I assure you that soothing piano tunes of Bach and Beethoven will greet you at the quadrangle during the lunchtime. You may spend some time to have a view of lovely sunsets from one of the corners of the lounges, or visit the Juhu beach, or join me or your favorite faculty for vada pav or cup of coffee at the Prithvi Theatre around the corner. But I am sure that wherever you go, you will create your own music parallel to that of Bach and Beethoven. And you will make it point to see sunrise and sunsets once in a while. And when you feel lost in the entangled web of challenges, know the way out is very simple. Speak to your family, friends, and teachers. Do good things and make sure that you create a legacy, and one day you can say with pride that you did extraordinary things. Always remember, the school is yours, the university is yours, and it will always be yours. God bless you, and Shubh Kamnaएं.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, for always encouraging and guiding us all in academics, extracurricular activities, and future aspirations, and also inspiring us to be successful professions and good human beings. You beautifully engage us with movies and help us connect, relate, and understand life better. Thank you, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom. Thank you once again. I now request the Associate Professor and HOD, Sunandan Divetya School of Science, Dr. Purvi Bhatt, to present the review of the school for the academic year 2021-2022.
Chief guest of the day, Professor Indira J. Parikh, President of Antardisha and former Dean IIM Ahmedabad, Nominee of Honorable Chancellor and Managing Committee Member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth. Honorable Vice Chancellor NMIMS, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt. Registrar NMIMS, Dr. H. Ravishankar Kamath. Office bearers of SVKM, members of the Executive and Managing Committee of SVKM, Dean Balwan Sheth School of Architecture, Dr. Kaivan Mehta. Dean Jyoti Dalal School of Liberal Arts, Dr. Achyut Vaze. Dean School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Ruchita Verma. Dean School of Mathematics, Applied Statistics and Analytics, Dr. Sushil Kulkarni. Associate Dean School of Branding and Advertising, Professor Ramanan Balakrishnan. Deans of other schools, heads of the SVKM institutions, invited guests, faculty, staff, parents of the graduating students, and my dear students. I am delighted to welcome you all to the 2022 convocation of Sunandan Divetia School of Science, along with the School of Architecture, School of Liberal Arts, School of Hospitality Management, School of Branding and Advertising, and School of Mathematics. My heartiest congratulations to all the students on this special day, a day of culmination of your perseverance and grit. My congratulations to the proud parents for their unconditional support in helping them achieve the same, especially during the unprecedented time. I would like to take this opportunity to provide an update of some of the major activities at the School of Science. On the research front, in the academic year 2021-22, School of Science had a total of 49 publications in peer-reviewed journals from the Department of Bio, Chemistry, Stats, and Physiotherapy, with the highest impact factor of 9.7 and an average of 3 publications per faculty. Our Dean, Dr. Nitin Desai, along with his team members, Dr. Vrushali Joshi and Mr. Jeevan Pradhan, filed 2 patents for developing battery-operated masks during the COVID period. One of our faculty from the chemistry department, Dr. Sudeshna Chandra, was also granted a patent for her project on synthesis of mixed metal ferrite nanoparticles. There are several research collaborations initiated at the School of Science. Dr. Leena Kulkarni visited the prestigious Indian Statistical Institute, New Delhi, as a visiting scientist between January to April 2022. Dr. Gurudas Mane also collaborated with Dr. Ajayan Vinu at the School of Engineering, University of Newcastle, Australia. Dr. Nitin Desai also set up collaborations with the reputed organizations such as Cellugen Biotech Private Limited, STEMRx, Biosense Solutions, SPA Technical Services, and Nanavati Super Speciality Hospital. 2 faculties from Statistics Department, Professor Prashant Dhamle and Dr. Debasmita Mukherjee, presented their papers in the international conference. One of the achievements at student front includes the funding of rupees 52 lakhs by the Society General to our student, Ms. Rashmi Nautiyal, for her project, PhD project under the mentorship of Dr. Gurudas Mane. One of our PhD students, Ms. Sneha Pathak, cleared the CSIR NET exam with an All India rank of 64. Additionally, one of our 4th year biomedical science student, Ms. Lipika Bhatt, was awarded MITAC's GlobalLink Research Internship Award and received a GlobalLink Research Internship 2022 with a amount of rupees, or rather $8735 Canadian dollars, and as a MITAC fellow. She pursued her summer internship at the University Laval, Quebec, Canada. The physiotherapy department has also collaborated with various reputed bodies such as the Lions Club Supremo Lonavala, Tendulkar Global Academy, Goregaon Sports Club, Aquacentric, Gate Lab, Maharashtra Thai Association. Both the UG and the PG programs in Statistics Department were ranked by the Analytics India magazine. Its undergraduate program, the BSc ASA, was ranked 3rd, whereas the BSc Data Science was ranked 7th. Its PG program, MSc Statistics and Data Science, was ranked 25th, and MSc ASA was ranked 28th. Another feather in the cap is the IDFC Bank, which instituted an annual scholarship for 2 meritorious students from both MSc programs of MSc Statistics and Data Science and MSc Applied Statistics and Analytics based on the SEM 1 GPA and the company assessment. So the scholarship includes the first year program fee paid by the student and the offer of internship with a monthly stipend of rupees 40,000 for 6 months. To commemorate the Platinum Jubilee of India's independence, a year-long lecture series, My Statistics, My Story, was launched by the Statistics Department. The lecture series accounts the great Indian legacy of statistics education pioneered by statisticians from India and of Indian origin. Speakers from around the world were invited, and Dr. K.S.M. Rao was the convener of the program. There were many speakers. I'll just name a few. We had Dr. Hira Kaul, who is an emeritus professor at the Michigan State University, USA. Dr. Nagaraj, who is again the professor emeritus at the Ohio State University. And at the Indian speakers, we had Dr. Anil Gore, who is the vice president at CITL, and also Dr. D.T. Shirke, who is the vice chancellor at Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Some of the initiatives by the physiotherapy department included the Cardiactive, which is a tailor-made program initiated by the physiotherapy department to provide specialized care to all those who need a cardiac rehabilitation. Also setting up of Umeed Foundation, where they are working towards providing specialized physiotherapy care for the underprivileged children with special needs. On placement front, the physiotherapy had placements at Bombay Hospital, Jaslok Hospital, Jupiter Hospital, Neurogen, Adept, etc. Statistics department achieved 100% placements for the 2020-2022 batch. The median package for the MSc students is 10 lakhs, and for the BSc ASA students, it is 4.5 lakhs. The highest package received for MSc is 18.5 lakhs, and for the BSc ASA, it is 6.5 lakhs. I take this opportunity to thank our management, particularly Honorable Chancellor, Shri Amrish Bhai Patel, and our mentor, Dr. Jayan Gandhi, and our leadership at NMIMS, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sharad Maiskar, Dr. Meena Chintamaneni, Registrar, Dr. Kamath, Controller of Examination, Shri Ashish Apte, all the faculties, staff for their support. So students, you are now the torchbearers of NMIMS. So I congratulate once again and wish you all the very best for your journeys. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request the Dean of Balwant Sheth School of Architecture and Center of Interior Environment and Design, Dr. Kaivan Mehta, to present the review of the school for the academic year 2021-2022.
Thank you, Aarti. Well, good morning, and my greetings and respects to all the dignitaries on the dais, as well as dignitaries, fellow teachers, staff, and parents in the audience, and a hearty congratulations to all the students graduating today. This morning is special for me as I stand here in my capacity as the Dean of Balwant Sheth School of Architecture at SVKM's NMIMS, deemed to be university. This institution has been a crucial component of my own professional life, and to be here as the Dean this morning is indeed a special occasion for me as well. And this is indeed how we all have shared journeys between our individual selves and the institutions we pass through. Institutions are about shared journeys. These are institutions precisely because lives get shaped here, not simply as students, but as teachers as well. We are all here in a jigsaw between life, learning, and the professional or intellectual spheres we are engaged with. An institution is not where you come simply to learn a skill or basket some knowledge, to get a degree that you can wave in arrogance to the world. An institution, and precisely the words such as school or college, are all about collective existences towards the shaping and the building of our worlds as collective worlds. And that is why the words school or college, the college, a collegium of co-travelers, the school as a garden of growth and life cycles, sits within a university, the universe, all-encompassing of knowledge and experience. And especially when you are in a field such as architecture, the universe is indeed your playground. And the education of an architect has to not only acknowledge this universal imagination, but to do so without thinking of oneself as the hero or the king of the universe. The architect is a technocrat in many ways, and that is the simplest and easiest description about the architect to comprehend and hold on to. But the architect as a player in the built environment, the physical world we all occupy, the architect has the potential of constantly evolving and imagining and reimagining her or his role, as well as the worlds you engage with. Can we provide an education where every student can understand the field and the profession in such agile and critical ways that she or he can shape their own personal roles, their own journeys, and yet never forgetting that every university education is not only about your personal growth and private success, but it is about how you indeed become a part of the world. The day you step out of the university, you step into the universe of life, the world of beings. And again, as an architect, the imagination of the world through yourself is something we adopt. But then again, imagining the world as a collective and diversity of thoughts and imaginations is simultaneously and equally important. The self and the collectives we live in, community, neighborhoods, cities, regions, libraries of shared knowledges across borders, the self and the collective are always simultaneous presences, a jugalbandi that shapes our landscapes of experiences and realities, the personal self and the belonging self. 15 years ago, BSSA, or the Balwant Sheth School of Architecture, started with a simple aim and idea: readying individuals as architects for a contemporary world. Well, what is the contemporary? The school approached the contemporary in an open-ended and experiential way. It was understood through the collective practices of many individuals who passed through the studios and corridors as teachers and co-learners. The foundational 5 years of the school built itself upon a set of shared ideas and experiences. But there is a stage in every life when you grow and mature, and directions need to be structured without making them into bottlenecks, where diverse ideas need to be proposed in contextual atmospheres. A life transits from playing in the garden and learning by play to walking in a forest of deeper ecologies and expanded quest. The last 10 years, BSSA has been in the process of transitioning and broadening. And in the process, 5 years ago, BSSA not only expanded in numbers at the bachelor's level, but also introduced new programs, a degree in Masters of Architecture and a Center for the Study of Interior Environments with a BA Honours degree. The time has come, 15 years down the line from where the school started, and 5 years from the time we expanded, the time has now come to emerge from a silent player, graduating students, creating studios and seminars as arenas for exchanging and experimenting with ideas inside the campus to play a significant role in the field outside. By strengthening our structures and ecologies of learning and teaching within, but also leading these structures and ecologies of learning into spheres of newer and critical explorations. The school takes on new responsibilities towards the individual professional, but not without addressing the collectives we occupy and live and work in. To expand imaginations and the garden of our shared ideas, to discover in the forest of civilizations our roles of action and our responsibilities. But all of that without humility and empathy towards our co-travelers and shared lives across regions and scattered borders will never go far. As you graduate today, you will move from the university to the universe, where the field of action and the influence is limitless. But never forget that you will be lost in the limitless forest unless you are grounded in resolve, in ethics, in humility, and empathy. As whatever we do, none of us is ever an island in civilization. We are what we are in our belonging to the worlds we occupy. On behalf of my team of staff, faculty members, the students at BSSA, my best wishes to each of you and your families who have shared these journeys of growth and reimagination with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request the in-charge Dean, Jyoti Dalal School of Liberal Arts, Dr. Achyut Vaze, to present the review of the school for the academic year 2021-2022.
Respected dignitaries on the stage, my colleagues and students. It's a great honor to have Dr. Indira Parekh, the pioneer of liberal education in this country, to be our chief guest today. Dear Madam, you will be happy to know that our own School of Liberal Arts is progressing very rapidly and has already created a niche for itself in the field of liberal education. We started 5 years ago with a small batch of 31 students. This year we have admitted 142 students in the first year. It's a growth of 458%. We believe our focus on multidisciplinary and experiential learning has helped us achieve this growth. Many of our students pursue higher studies in India and abroad. The institutes abroad this year include London School of Economics, King's College London, University of Sussex, Carnegie Mellon University USA, and Oxford University, amongst others. Azhania Patel won the prestigious Rhodes India Fellowship in 2020 to pursue post-graduation at Oxford, and this year's graduating students, Amatullah, Niharika, Aparajita, and others were selected to present the papers in the International Undergraduate Liberal Arts Conference convened by Jindal University in 2022. Our students have won the Millennium Scholarship, an initiative of the United Nations, back to back in the last 2 years. 12 students in 2021 and 7 students in 2022. They worked on the theme of sustainable development. This year, our school has started publishing a journal of undergraduate research titled Emerging Scholars. The very first volume is about 230 pages, carrying papers by 12 emerging student scholars on various themes in the humanities and social sciences. New academic courses introduced this year include the making of modern and contemporary India, international economics, fitness and yoga, finding your roots, outbound training camp. We also plan to introduce a new course on the cultural heritage of India shortly and plan to relaunch the Discover India project after a 2-year gap caused by the pandemic. Discover India project was actually the brainchild of Dr. Indira Parekh earlier. We are trying to go back to the original design and the objectives. Paper Planes, the cultural festival of J.D. Sola and the most popular student event of the year, was organized successfully by Twisha Gala and her team. Despite being partly online, the festival could attract participation from several colleges in Mumbai. One of the most significant events that our students organized this year was TEDx NMIMS with an official license from the TED authorities. I don't have to introduce TED, surely. The event held in March 2022 and managed by Karan Kapadia and his team, including Kanupriya, Shlok Tiwari and others, was a grand success. 6 young speakers came up with their thought-provoking ideas and themes at that event. Liberal Canon is a publication run entirely by students, edited and managed by Sana Shah and her team. Yeah, she deserves an applause. Very rarely do students' magazines survive more than a couple of issues. But Liberal Canon has, I was told, had completed 12 issues, but that was wrong. I was corrected on my way to the auditorium here that 18 issues have been released and 19th issue is in progress. My dear graduating students, you have done well. I am proud of you. Now you are about to enter an uncertain world, as pointed out already, where change is the new normal. Many types of jobs are simply expected to disappear. But at the same time, many new kinds of careers are opening up, and you can already see some on the horizon. Opportunities in this scenario are expected to explode, not reduce, not decline. You must grab them. We have often talked about the 4 principles of Ikigai in the classroom, if you recall. Consider them before you decide on what you want to do in life. 1, what you are good at. 2, what you love doing. 3, what the world needs. And 4, what you can be paid for. My dear graduating students, it has been my pleasure to be with you all these years. And now I wish you all the very best in going out there and conquering the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now kindly request the Associate Dean, School of Branding and Advertising, Professor Ramanan Balakrishnan, to present the review of the school for the academic year 2021-2022.
Thank you. Very good morning. Greetings to all the dignitaries on the stage, my fellow colleagues and lovely students. I took charge of the school from March onwards. One thing which is coming to my mind very often is कि इससे पहले जब भी हम लोग कहते थे are you positive, लोग डर के बोलते थे no I am negative. But that was the pandemic time, and the best part here is during pandemic time it was the students sitting down there, the branding and advertising, who changed the meaning of creative. They said that it's not creative alone, it is create and live. So every time whenever they were working on projects and assignments sitting at home, well, that is the time when we were all busy with our Netflix and OTT platforms. But for branding and advertising, even that platform taught the students a lot of things in the area of advertising and creativity. Keeping that success in mind, the best achievement which I would say is because the school not only learns, but also works. So here the definition by the school for work is that with the skills they have acquired, there is a will to achieve smaller objectives which raises knowledge. So the school which starts learning with work showed a success on a live project in advertising for Tata Cancer Memorial Hospital. A big brand like Tata giving a marketing assignment to young students and then successfully completing those assignments, and Tata proudly says, we are going to use the films made by the students in the social media campaign. Isn't that a very great work? And they didn't stop that. They also went and created a social media campaign for DSAN. And guys, the work which you have done, I'm proud to say that DSAN has continued the social media campaign and the new students are continuing the work which you have done. Congratulations.
So as we say, the learning doesn't stop here. The learning comes from various dignitaries. Amit Seth sir here, Percy of Passion, which made students realize that in creative field, you'll also have to excel in other areas. In sports, the students achieved very well in the areas of sports, particularly in football, and also in a lot of creative competitions. And more important is, the first batch which went to Christ competition from Soba got all the top 5 awards. And I would like to actually say here is that the school has started with the concept of work, which means learn, do, and demonstrate. And now, my last few words to my brilliant students out here is that we have spent 3 years paying fees and get knowledge. But now you spend another 5 years to gain experience and get paid for it. So the continuous learning is going to be there, and I wish all of you guys a very great success. And particularly now for all the students, after pandemic, we are going into a world which is going to be of challenge. उसमें मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूँ कि कौन कहता है आसमान में सुराग नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछाल के देखो यारो. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was pretty dramatic, but it was really nice. I now request the Dean, School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Ruchita Verma, to present the review of the school for the academic year 2021-2022.
Good morning, everyone, dignitaries on the dais, distinguished faculty members, and my dearest students. It is indeed a great pleasure to be present for this convocation ceremony and stand among the distinguished dignitaries on the dais. As a Dean of NMIMS School of Hospitality Management, it is my honor to present to the gathering a sneak preview into the first graduating batch of 2019-2022. The first batch of the School of Hospitality Management was a very special batch. I said that on the first day when they came in. Little did we know that just how special would the batch turn out to be. The batch entered the Navi Mumbai campus a few days before the pandemic hit us. But they completed 65% of their theory curriculum online during the pandemic. Today, with their hard work, determination, and collective effort, they have achieved one of the biggest milestones of their life with guidance, help, and support of the faculty and staff of the School of Hospitality Management and the academic excellence provided by the NMIMS University in terms of infrastructure, pedagogy, and curriculum. NMIMS SOHM quickly adapted to the new challenges thrown to us by COVID-19. We shifted from the offline mode to the online mode without a hitch in a swift manner. Breakout rooms, case study discussions, projects, and even industry connect happened seamlessly without a problem. This batch saw the honor of being inaugurated by a celebrity chef, Chef Vicky Ratnani, and the corporate HR director of the Accor Group of Hotels, Mr. Salil Desai. In the last 3 years, SOHM has contributed some illustrious speakers to the campus SBM event Margdarshak. To name a few, we had celebrity chef Altamash Patel, Ms. Sirisha Giara, Vice President, Taj Learning and Development Corporate Office, Ms. Labana Penkar, Chief People's Officer of the Arrive Group. While these students were on the campus, they went to Hyatt Regency in the first year for an industrial visit. As a part of holistic development process, yoga was taught to them for an entire semester. These students, being hospitality students, also hosted the Diwali celebrations and the Women's Day celebrations on the campus. During the 9 months of their campus life in 2019 and 2020, some international guest speakers addressed the students. Chef Irfan Dhama, Executive Chef of Google California, Mr. Srijit Menon, an international bartender from Seychelles, and Mr. Rahul Chandramed, an entrepreneur and restaurant owner from Amsterdam, were some of the speakers. During the summer of 2020, when the first lockdown happened, SOHM conducted a series of online webinars for this batch. A total of 13 distinguished industry experts addressed the students within a span of 8 weeks. The speakers were not only from the hospitality industry, but also from other service industries like the retail industry, the travel industry, the QSR industry. To name a few distinguished speakers, we had Mr. Kaleem Khan, the training director of Indigo Airlines, Mr. Karan Manchanda, sales and marketing director for Britannia, Chef Rahul Karve, sous chef JW Marriott's, Mr. Abhijay Singh Solanki, F&B entrepreneur, Mr. Clifford William, store manager for Christian Dior, and Ms. Afsha Rajkotwala, entrepreneur and blogger, and Mr. Hishal Datwani, learning manager, Rafael's Udaipur. During the pandemic, the students also participated in an online intercollegiate competition held on a national level. One of our students, Mr. Ashlesh Bhosle, secured the third prize in the situation handling competition. What is noteworthy about this competition was he was the only second-year student competing with third-year students in the rest of the country. Due to the pandemic, this batch could not do their internship in the industry. So we brought the industry to their laptops. We conducted 4 weeks of intense industry-based workshops by industry experts, followed by a vigorous assessment. During the Christmas vacation of 2020, 7 students interned at the international famous toy store Hamleys, which gave them an insight into a detailed retail operation. The students of this batch also started an initiative known as School of Hospitality Management Learning Insights. In this initiative, the student team organized weekly industry speaker sessions focusing on the industry-ready skill development of students. What was different about Learning Insights was that the students networked with the speakers and brought them on board. It was an amazing and perfect moment for us to see the batch come back on campus post the 2021 Diwali holidays. The entire practical curriculum, which was overdue, was put back on track with students attending back-to-back practical classes and term and assessments, which were finally happening in an offline mode. In February 2022, there was a competition again at a national level called Universal Challenge 2. 2 of our students participated in the cocktail making competition, and one of our students, Rahul Verma, secured the second prize at a national level. The pending industrial visits were the next on the charts, and the students were sent to the Sula vineyards in Nasik and to the Sahyadri farms close by. Around the same time in March, various schools of NMIMS Navi Mumbai campus were celebrating their annual cultural event Twaran 2022. From SOHM, the credit for making Twaran successful goes to Mr. Yashvir Rathod, who day in and day out lent his unconditional support for all the preparations and sponsorship of the event. To instill the spirit of entrepreneurship, a group of students set up a stall for selling food and beverage during Twaran. This was their first-hand experience of being entrepreneurs and making a profit from their maiden venture. The students also acquired the opportunity of gaining industry experience by doing part-time work at the Taj Group of Hotels, Renaissance Hotels, Geo World Convention Center, and many more. This was important for their learning as they had missed their internship due to the pandemic. Out of the 41 students that we had in this batch, 28 students opted for placements. Students are proceeding for international internships through the St. Regis Hotel Doha. Some of them are placed in Geo World Center, Taj Group of Hotels, the Park Group, Club Mahindra, etc. Many of them have also placed themselves in eminent groups like the Emirates Airline, the Economic Times, etc. The remaining students are pursuing their higher studies in India and abroad. The faculty team contributed in research and publication. Educational conferences, webinars, and seminars were attended by the faculty member. They were also motivated to publish 5 research papers in Scopus Index and UGC Care journals. 1 patent was granted and 1 more is in the pipeline. Finally, in the month of April, the students appeared for their last semester practical examinations. They fared well, and here they are today to receive their degrees. Despite of the challenges faced by our first batch, we can proudly say that they are stronger today to face the challenges of the world. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, ma'am. I now kindly request the Dean of School of Mathematics, Applied Statistics and Analytics, Dr. Sushil Kulkarni, to present the review of the school for the academic year 2021-2022.
I welcome you all graduate students, chief guest of this occasion, and my colleagues on the occasion of convocation for the batch 2021-2022. Congratulations to you all. I share in your pride at the accomplishment of our graduating students, your euphoria at being a part of this celebration, and your joy at the prospects that lie ahead. At the same time, I share in the gratitude that I know our graduating students feel towards all of you. School of Mathematical Sciences, previously it was a School of Mathematical Sciences, now it's a School of Mathematics, Applied Statistics and Analytics, was involved with various activities. I would like to mention some of these activities. Our faculties have attended several international conferences. They have given invited talks in the international conferences. We have 5 research publications in mathematics in reputed international journal. 1 PhD student has graduated under the guidance of our dean. We had arranged a guest lecture on quantum information by faculty of IITB. We had celebrated International Day of Mathematics. We invited distinguished speakers from ICT Mumbai and ISB Hyderabad to deliver special talks. BSc third year students have completed projects in an area like the artificial intelligence, data science, finance and mathematics. In the first batch of students which passed out this year, 7 out of 10 students are placed in industry with the highest CTC of rupees 10 lakhs per annum with an average of rupees 6 lakhs 50,000 per annum. And 3 students opted for higher studies. We are only having 10 students who are graduating this year. School is launching a new undergraduate program, Applied Mathematical Computing, from 2023 onwards. The program contains the pure mathematics, computational mathematics, applied mathematics, and data analytics. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is wonderful and commendable that each school has achieved great success and grown in several spheres. You students make your school proud. Thank you. I now commence the presentation of degrees to the meritorious students. I request the nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, SVKM's NMIMS University and Managing Committee Member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, to present the degrees for the 6 schools. I request Associate Professor and HOD Dr. Purvi Bhatt to accompany the dignitaries to present the degrees to the students of Sunandan Divetya School of Science. I invite Dr. Brajesh to announce the names of the meritorious students.
Honorable Chancellor's nominee and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I present before you the research scholar who has been declared successful for the award of Doctor of Philosophy in Chemistry and who has registered for this convocation and is present here. Mr. Jayaprakash Rao. Honorable Chancellor's nominee and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I present before you the research scholars who have been declared successful for the award of Doctor of Philosophy in Health and Allied Sciences, Physiotherapy, and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Ms. Roli Dave, Ms. Khadija Menai, Honorable Chancellor's nominee and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I present before you the graduating batch of 2020-22 who, on the basis of their CGPA, have been declared successful for the award of Master of Science in Biological Sciences and eligible for the meritorious list and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Ms. Shreya Joshi, Ms. Angarika Balakrishnan, Ms. Harshada Naik, Honorable Chancellor's nominee and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I present before you the graduating batch of 2017-2022 who, on the basis of CGPA, has been declared successful for the award of Master of Science in Biomedical Science and eligible for the meritorious list and who has registered for this convocation and is present here. Ms. Ishna Rajgopal, Honorable Chancellor's nominee and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I present before you the graduating batch of 2020-2022 who, on the basis of their CGPA, has been declared successful for the award of Master of Science in Chemistry and eligible for the meritorious list and who has registered for this convocation and is present here. Ms. Amisha Bhargava. Honorable Chancellor's nominee and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I present before you the graduating batch of 2020-2022 who, on the basis of their CGPA, have been declared successful for the award of Master of Physiotherapy and eligible for the meritorious list and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Ms. Divya Jonala, Mr. Krishna Pithadia, Mr. Apurva Kolhatkar, Ms. Preeti Talesara, and Ms. Purva Kamath. Honorable Chancellor's nominee and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I present before you the graduating batch of 2020-2022 who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Master of Science in Statistics and eligible for the meritorious list and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Ms. Priyamvada Toshniwal, Ms. Alice D'Souza, Mr. Aditya Lele, Ms. Samruddhi Dusane, Mr. Sean Fernandez. Honorable Chancellor's nominee and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I present before you the graduating batch of 2020-2022 who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Master of Science in Applied Statistics and Analytics and eligible for the meritorious list and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Ms. Akanksha Singh, Ms. Srishti Raut, Ms. Ananya Kamdar, Ms. Niharika Sharma, Mr. Tanish Telisara, Honorable Chancellor's nominee and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I present before you the graduating batch of 2019-2022 who on the basis of the CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Bachelor of Science in Applied Statistics and Analytics and eligible for the meritorious list and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Ms. Arundhati Khopde, Ms. Ashvi Shah, Ms. Rishita Bapuram, Ms. Shraddha Kodavade, Ms. Vinita Khanna, Ms. Suhasi Goyal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Purvi Bhatt and Dr. Brajesh. I request the nominee of the Honorable Chancellor and the Honorable Vice Chancellor to continue giving the degrees to the meritorious students of the other schools. I request the Dean, Dr. Kaivan Mehta, to accompany the dignitaries to present the degrees to the students of Balwant Sheth School of Architecture and Center of Interior Environment and Design. I also request Professor Prakriti Mehta to announce the names of the meritorious students.
Thank you, Aarti. Nominee of the Honorable Chancellor and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I now present before you the students who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared eligible for the meritorious list 2021-2022, have registered for this convocation and have been declared to have passed the Master of Architecture for the batch 2020-2022. Vedanti Chaudhary,
Nominee of the Honorable Chancellor and Managing Committee Member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I now present before you the students who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared eligible for the Meritorious List 2021-2022, have registered for this convocation and have been declared to have passed Bachelor of Architecture for the batch 2017-2022. Nidhi Sangharajka, Raika Tambawala, Aditya Shroff, Nazm Furniture Wala, Nominee of the Honorable Chancellor and Managing Committee Member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I now present before you the students who, on the basis of their CGPA, have been declared eligible for the Meritorious List 2021-2022, have registered for this convocation, and have been declared to have passed Bachelor of Arts Honours, Interior Environment and Design for the batch 2019-2022. Sara Maikar, Bhairavi Ruparel, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kaivan Mehta and Professor Prakriti Mehta. I request the Dean in charge, Dr. Achyut Vaze, to accompany the dignitaries to present the degrees to the students of Jyoti Daral School of Liberal Arts. I invite Professor Gaurav Ghosh to announce the names of the meritorious students.
Sri Amit Sheth, nominee of Honorable Chancellor, SBKM's NMIMS, and Managing Committee Member of SBKM. I now present before you the students who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared eligible for the Meritorious List 2021-22, have registered for this convocation and have been declared to have passed Bachelor of Arts Honours in Liberal Arts for the batch 2019-22. Sana Shah, Sanjana Chandak, Niharika Nene, Vedant Krishna, Upasana Sethi, Rahul Ingole, Bhakti Ved, Karma Pradhan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Achyut Vaze and Professor Gaurav Ghosh. I request the Associate Dean, Professor Ramanan Balakrishnan, to accompany the dignitaries to present the degrees to the students of School of Branding and Advertising. I invite Professor Neha Singh to announce the names of the meritorious students.
Shri Amit Sheth, nominee of Honorable Chancellor, SVKM's NMIMS and Managing Committee Member of SVKM, I now present before you the students who, on the basis of their CGPA, have been declared eligible for the Meritorious List 2019 to 2022, have registered for this convocation, and have been declared to have passed Bachelor of Business Administration, Branding and Advertising for the graduating batch 2019 to 22. Shanaya Kumar. Ananya Chaturvedi. Prisha Brar. Arya Sivaram. Shreya Anup. Ashwini Bhendarkar. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramanan Balakrishnan and Professor Neha Singh. I now request the Dean, Dr. Ruchita Verma, to accompany the dignitaries to present the degrees to the students of School of Hospitality Management. I also invite Professor Manikandan, Associate Dean, to announce the names of the meritorious students.
Honorable Chancellor nominee Sri Amit Seth, SVKM's NMIMS and Managing Committee member of SVKM, I now present before you the students who on the basis of their overall performance have been declared eligible for the Meritorious List 2021-22, have registered for this convocation and have been declared to have passed Bachelor of Business Administration in Hospitality Operations and Management for the batch 2019-2022. Ms. Mitali Mokashi. Mr. Aman Lambade. Ms. Asia Kapdi. Mr. Atar Ponshke. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ruchita Verma and Professor Manikandan. I request the Dean, Dr. Sushil Kulkarni, to accompany the dignitaries to present the degrees to the students of School of Mathematics, Applied Statistics and Analytics. I invite Dr. Leena Kulkarni to announce the names of the meritorious students.
Honorable Chancellor's nominee and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Shri Amit Seth, I present before you the graduating batch 2019-2022 who on the basis of their CGPA have been declared successful for the award of Bachelor of Science in Mathematics Honours and eligible for the meritorious list and who have registered for this convocation and are present here. Avnish Agni. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sushil Kulkarni and Dr. Leena. Thank you, Shri Amit Seth and Dr. Ramesh Bhatt. I request the dignitaries to take their seats. May we have a round of applause, please. Nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, SVKM's NMIMS University and Managing Committee Member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth, I present to you one student of PhD, Chemistry, starting with Jay Prakash Rao. Two students of PhD, Physiotherapy, starting with Roli Dave. 29 students of Master of Science in Biological Sciences, starting with Aishwarya Patel. 11 students of 5-year Integrated Master of Science in Biomedical Science, starting with Kuhu Goel. 21 students of Master of Science in Chemistry, starting with Bhushan Ganeshpure. 48 students of Master of Physiotherapy, starting with Tanvi Shikhar Khane. 36 students of Master of Science in Statistics, starting with Shulpi Gupta. 48 students of Master in Science in Applied Statistics and Analytics, starting with Samriddhi Jaiswal. 53 students of Bachelor of Science in Applied Statistics and Analytics, starting with Aryan Agarwal. 18 students of Master of Architecture, starting with Pranay Bobde. 39 students of Bachelor of Architecture, starting with Ashka Ajmera. 20 students of Bachelor of Arts Honours, Interior Environment and Design, starting with Ahana Acharya. 71 students of Bachelor of Business Administration, Branding and Advertising, starting with Aditya Agarwal. 71 students of BA Honours, Liberal Arts, starting with Raina Chaudhary. 41 students of BBA, Hospitality Operations and Management, starting with Khush Anam. 10 students of Bachelor of Science in Mathematics Honours, starting with Avnish Agni, who have successfully completed the program. I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, to administer the oath on all who are present here and have been permitted to remain absent. I request all students to please stand up during the presentation of the oath.
By virtue of the power vested in me by the Board of Management of SVKM's NMIMS as Vice Chancellor, I hereby declare all of you who are present and those who are permitted to remain absent are admitted to their respective degrees. I hereby charge you to uphold the dignity and the value of the degree awarded to you by this university in your life and profession. I request nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, SVKM's NMIMS and Managing Committee, member of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth ji, to confer the degrees.
I confer the degrees to all.
Thank you, sir. Everyone, I request you to be seated. And please maintain silence in the auditorium. I request the Registrar, Dr. H. Ravishankar Kamath, to present the register of the graduates to the nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, SVKM's NMIMS University, Shri Amit Sheth, for his signature. Everyone in the auditorium is required to take their seats and please keep silence. Thank you, Shri Amit Sheth and Dr. Kamath. We now turn to declare awards for the exceptional students, faculties, and staff for their activities at NMIMS University. I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Indira J. Parekh, to present the awards to the Distinguished Student Award winners of Sunandan Divetya School of Science. I also request our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, to please accompany her. I request Associate Professor and HOD, Dr. Purvi Bhatt, to please declare the special awards for Sunandan Divetya School of Science.
I request the Chief Guest, Professor Indira Parekh, to give the special awards to students and faculty of Sunandan Divetya School of Science, and I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, to accompany her. The first rank holder in Masters in Biological Sciences with a CGPA of 3.92 goes to Ms. Shreya Joshi. The first rank holder in 5-year integrated MSc in Biomedical Science with a CGPA of 3.87 goes to Ms. Ishna Rajgopal. The first rank holder in Masters in Chemistry with a CGPA of 3.89 goes to Ms. Amisha Bhargava. The first rank holder in Master of Physiotherapy with a CGPA of 3.48 goes to Ms. Krishna Pitharia. The second rank holder in Master of Physiotherapy with CGPA of 3.43 goes to Ms. Apurva Kolhatkar. The first rank holder in Masters in Statistics with a CGPA of 3.92 goes to Mr. Sean Fernandez. The second rank holder in Masters in Statistics with a CGPA of 3.76 goes to Ms. Priyamvada Toshniwal. The first rank holder in Masters in Applied Statistics and Analytics with a CGPA of 3.94 goes to Ms. Akanksha Singh. Not there? Not there? The second rank holder in Masters in Applied Statistics and Analytics with a CGPA of 3.93 goes to Ms. Ananya Kamdar. The first rank holder in Bachelor's in Applied Statistics and Analytics with a CGPA of 3.99 goes to Ms. Rishita Bapuram. The first rank holder in Bachelor's in Applied Statistics and Analytics with a CGPA of 3.99 goes to Ms. Ashvi Shah. The first rank holder in Bachelor's in Applied Statistics and Analytics with a CGPA of 3.99 again goes to Ms. Vinita Khanna. The Best MSc Thesis Award in Biological Sciences goes to Ms. Harshada Naik. The Best MSc Thesis Award in 5-year Integrated MSc in Biomedical Science goes to Mr. Aradhya Walinkar. The Best MSc Thesis Award in Physiotherapy goes to Ms. Krishna Pitaria. The Best MSc Thesis Award in Statistics goes to Ms. Shikha Basak. She's there. The Best MSc Thesis Award in Applied Statistics and Analytics goes to Ms. Sonvida Sawant. The Best Faculty Award for 2022 goes to Dr. Leena Kulkarni. The next Best Faculty Award for 2022 goes to Dr. Mansi Bhartiya. Thank you, Professor Indira J. Parikh. I would now request Dr. Ramesh Bhatt to continue giving the next set of special awards, And I now request the nominee of our Honorable Chancellor, Shri Amit Sheth, to accompany him to stand over, to hand over the next set of awards. I also request Dr. Kaivan Mehta, Dean Balwant Seth School of Architecture, to take over the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. I request Shri Amit Sheth, nominee of the Honorable Chancellor and Managing Committee member of SVKM, to give the awards to students and staff of Balwant Sheth School of Architecture, BSSA, and Center of Interior Environment and Design, CIED, and I request the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, to accompany him. In the MArch degree, the first rank holder for the graduating batch 2021-22 is Vedanti Chaudhary. For the degree Bachelors of Architecture, graduating batch 2021-22, the first rank holder, Nidhi Sangarajka. And the second rank holder for the Bachelor of Architecture degree, graduating batch 2021-22, Raika Tambawala. For the degree in BA Honours, Interior Environment and Design, graduating batch 2021-22, the first rank holder, Sara Maekar. As for staff awards, the Best Staff Award, Mr. Sudhir Angawalkar. The second Best Staff Award to Ms. Neeta Daude. Thank you, dear sirs. I request the dignitaries to continue giving the next set of special awards. I now request Dr. Achyut Vaze, in charge Dean Jyoti Dalal School of Liberal Arts, to take over the proceedings. Thank you.
I'll start with the academic awards. Rank holder for Bachelor of Arts 2021-22, graduating batch. First rank holder is shared by two gold medal. First is Karma Pradhan and Sana Shah. There was a keen competition for the gold medal. Second rank holder Niharika Nene. And third rank holder Upasana Shetty. Best Staff Award is also shared jointly by Ms. Shweta Gupta and Prakash Patel. Best Faculty Award, Dr. Chaitanya Joshi. We also have a Dean's Roll of Honor for student activities. The 7 awardees: Asmita Kumbhar, Vedant Krishna, yeah, all of you can come together. Amatullah Mukhadam, Kanupriya Modi, Karan Kapadia, Shlok Mishra, Khushi Shah. Thank you, sir. I request the dignitaries to continue giving the next set of awards, and I request Professor Ramanand to take over the proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Sri Amit Sheth, sir, nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ramesh Bhatt, sir, to give away 3 best awards for the students of School of Branding and Advertising. The first rank holder of School of Branding and Advertising goes to Shananya Kumar. Shanaya Kumar. There's no subtitles here. Congratulations, Shanaya. The second award goes to Ananya Chaturvedi. Congratulations, Ananya. Congratulations, Ananya. Well done. The third award of School of Branding and Advertising goes to Prisha Barar. Congratulations. And sir, the school had a strength of 272, started on 2019 and seen a lot of pandemic pressures. And during this pandemic pressures, I would like to thank my staff for managing 272 students, for maintaining and also measuring their performances, even in the pandemic. So I would like to give the staff awards to my colleagues, Ms. Saili Godambe. Thank you, Saili. Keep up the good work. And I would like to call on Bhavika Desai for the wonderful work she's been doing. Congratulations. Thank you very much, sir. I request the dignitaries to continue the next special award, and for that, I request Dr. Ruchita Verma, Dean of School of Hospitality Management, to take over the proceedings. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
I request the nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, Shri Amit Seth, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, to give the awards to students of NMIMS School of Hospitality Management. The first rank holder of Bachelor's of Business Administration in Hospitality Operations and Management for the graduating batch of 2021-22 is Miss Mitali Mokashi. The second rank holder for the graduating batch of 2021-22 is Mr. Aman Lambade. I request the dignitaries to continue giving the next set of special awards. I request Dr. Sushil Kulkarni, Dean, School of Mathematics, Applied Statistics and Analytics, to take over the proceedings.
I request the nominee of Honorable Chancellor and Managing Committee Member, Mr. Amit Seth, to give the award to the student and the staff of School of Mathematical Sciences, and I request the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, to accompany him. The rank holder of BSc Mathematics Honours 21-22 graduating batch, first rank holder, Avnish Agni. Congratulations. For the Best Staff Award for 2021 goes to Ms. Vaishali Rain. Congratulations, Vaishali. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Shri Amit Seth and Dr. Ramesh Bhatt. I request the dignitaries to take their seats. Congratulations once again to all the awardees for their exceptional performance and receiving special awards in their respective fields. Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve a huge round of applause. Thank you all. It is my pleasure and privilege to introduce our Honorable Chief Guest for the Convocation Ceremony 2022, Professor Indira J. Parikh, President of Antardisha, which means Directions from Within. Antardisha is a private entity creating a space for individuals, collectivities, organizations, and institutions to have a dialogue to discover themselves, to review their past, to reflect on the present, here and now, and renew themselves for the future. Professor Parikh was the founder president of Flame University, Pune until 2015. She is the founder member of Sumedha's Academy of Human Context. She was a faculty at IIM Ahmedabad for over 30 years and dean from 2002 to 2005. She has taught at INSEAD Fontainebleau, France, and Texas A&M University. Professor Parikh is on several boards of companies as an independent director. Professor Parikh has done her M.Ed from University of Rochester, New York, USA, and the doctorate from Gujarat University. Professor Parikh has been honored with several Lifetime Achievement Awards, both nationally and internationally, for her contribution to the society. She has written numerous articles published in national and international journals and is the author of several books. Recently, Professor Parikh has joined the ALHAM. The name stands for Design, Arts, Liberal Arts, Humanities, Architecture, Media, and Economics. The ALHAM Foundation is a not-for-profit organization which aims at increasing the importance of non-STEM education in both developing and developed nations. Her lifelong journey has been in education and transformation of women, men, and youth to grow into fine human beings. We are truly honored to have you for the ceremony. I humbly request our Honorable Chief Guest to please deliver the Convocation Address 2022. Please, ma'am.
I cannot stand because the doctor says it's all because of age. And he says I should not be complaining because my legs have supported me for 8 decades. So I will sit and give a talk. Nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, SVKM, NMIMS University, and Managing Committee members of SVKM, Shri Amit Sheth. Honorable Vice Chancellor, SVKM, NMIMS University, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt. Registrar of SVKM University and Mr. H. Ravi Shankaran Kamath. Deans of schools and programs, faculty of NMIMS University, community of NMIMS University, parents of the graduating students of NMIMS University, and graduating students of NMIMS University. I'm truly honored and privileged to be here for 2 reasons. One, when Professor Achyut asked me whether I would come and address these students, I said yes, because I thought it is my regular address of the students to talk about role and identity or something. But when I received a letter of being the chief guest of this convocation, I was truly honored and privileged because and it becomes a special moment for me because there are two people from two very significant institutions which I have been part of all my life. One, IIM, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt. IIM has been most important to me because my career began there as a research associate in 1971. And before my retirement, I became the dean. It has been the most enriching learning experience for me to grow from a struggling, trying to carve out a career for myself, trying to carve out a profession for myself. And the learning was so immense and so good that finally I had the courage and the conviction to start a campus of flame and liberal education, putting my 50 years of experience together to create something in the country which would be meaningful and relevant for the young generation of today. Dr. Ramesh Bhatt I know for 20 years, as he said, 2 decades, and we've been on several programs, management development programs in IIM. And we had gone to Egypt to teach the managers of several companies on the general management programs. And Professor Achyut Vaze I know from 1972 when he was a student at IIMA, and I was a research associate. Today we are celebrating, as Professor Ramesh Bhatt said, your graduation. But at the same time, the whole country is celebrating, an entire Indian diaspora is celebrating across the world 75 years of our independence. So when you will tell your grandchildren that you graduated in the year when India celebrated its 75 years of independence. Now, when the struggle was going on for the independence, there were a set of people, philanthropists and founders who were struggling to say, what is it, how do we prepare the next generation and the next generation for education? And these were the people who have set up this university for you to graduate. And look, they might have come up with a small concept, a small idea, but today it's one of the most well-known campuses in the country. And you can see from where it has grown, a small idea based on their convictions to contribute to the country. See, the founders must have started a long time ago with a very belief in preparing the education for the generations to come. Now, what is the purpose of education? The purpose of education is to make young people make meaningful and relevant choices in life. They need to be value-based, they need to be ethical, and they need to be concerned about larger society, the institutions they are a part of. Now, today you stand at at two major points in life. You are at a threshold and you are at a crossroad. Threshold because you are moving from a known familiar environment of family and educational institution to a very wide open world. Many of you will be here, many of you will travel abroad. And so who are you really? You are almost the 10th generation of Indians born free in India. So the responsibility becomes very much larger to contribute and to make yourself meaningful and relevant choices. Because 10th generation of being Indians means you will impact the forthcoming generation in many ways. What you do, how you behave, how you conduct yourself, and what you contribute. You may take a small step, and then this step may multiply, just as the founders had a small idea and a commitment to educate the young generation, and it has become a large university so many thousands of students and so many programs. See, what will you encounter as you cross the threshold? You will cross the threshold and enter a life, and it is your life. And this life has many, many aspects to live by and make it a meaningful and relevant for yourself. Because, as Professor Bhatt said, the environment is going to be very turbulent. As we can see, one epidemic and it has shaken up the whole world. And there are already rumblings of wars which are going to start. That is going to dramatically transform your lives. And you will be able to make real good choices if you are rooted. This institution has prospered and grown because it is rooted. If you are rooted, there is no storm, no hurricane, no tornado which can uproot it. But if the roots are not strong, the chances are that one storm and the tree will break. And by here roots, I mean your cultural heritage, your cultural wisdom, and the societal values and traditions. Now, over the large number of years of colonial rule, the colonials first attacked the education system. You may not know, but the first education institution, or first school in UK started in 1836, whereas at that point of time, India had 375,000 gurukuls. So you can imagine how much wisdom and learning was happening in the country. But when the British came here, what they did was they destroyed all the 375,000 institutions, killed all the students, killed all the rishis and the munis who were running the educational institutions, and then set up their own. And in that setup which they did, they have completely colonized our entire collective psyche to their way of thinking. Now today most of us believe and want to run abroad because we think they have better education, they are providing us better education, but their education has an element of immense amount of negativity towards the Indian culture, Indian society. Some people may have positivity, but all of us in the country carry a very negative identity about ourselves, and we think being in the West is a better proposition. Now, if you are not rooted in the cultural wisdom and the culture, what is our cultural heritage, the chances are your roots will be very wobbly. You will not be able to stand tall without being dislocated from the space you are in. If you look at the literature and if you look at much of the philosophy of India, those people have done well who are rooted in the culture and who are rooted in the heritage. So you must discover what your strengths are from the culture, because all of us carry, as part of growing up, many dimensions of the culture which are deeply embedded in us. And we need to discover what belongs to the colonized cultural collectivity and what belongs to us. If we can differentiate that, it will make an immense difference to your creativity and to your innovation. Otherwise, you will keep believing that we are not good enough and we have to constantly beg, borrow, adapt, and adopt from the West. And I think that would really weaken up our roots and weaken up our own life. Let me give you one example of how the education, what is the purpose of education. When we were growing up, the education was a means to be good human beings and not just get a job. But today we have translated everything into occupation, and this occupation does not really make us learn, but get good marks so that we can get good jobs. The whole purpose of education is to create a spirit of learning a spirit of inquiry, and a spirit of discovery and exploration. Unless you are self-reflective in all of this, you really cannot come up with original ideas or original ways of thinking. If you are rooted, your mind is free to meander and wander and discover that something which is in your heart, into your soul, and you will ask a lot of questions and have a lot of inquiry to come up with a new concept and a new context. See, also the second element of your threshold is the society. So far you have been dependent on your parents. As soon as you graduate or go for higher education or go for work, you have an independent life. And you start earning salaries and generating resources. Now, once you do that, it is very important that you continue to go on with respecting the parents who have brought you up, parents who have invested in you, and parents who really hope that you will do well in life. But what has again happened with the colonial cultural psyche, that we start disregarding the family and we believe it is our birthright. Nothing is your birthright unless you create something on your own. That is your birthright. But until then, you must be respectful to the parents and believe that not all what the parents say is wrong and not what all you say is right. That you must listen to what the parents are saying, parents must listen to what you are saying, then only there is a dynamic effect of understanding each other and respecting each other. Parents need to respect you because you are far more techno-savvy than the parents are. You are far more techno-savvy than the teachers are. If I have to do anything with the technology, I have to call up my grandson. And he will say, but Dadi, it is so simple. It is simple for him, but it is not so simple for me. But that doesn't mean that parents or grandparents are stupid and they don't know anything. This is a completely new world which in their lifetime they are seeing. The third part of the entering the threshold is your entering world of work. This work demands a very different mindset, a very different way of thinking, because you are part of a system and you are not special there. You have to make, from starting of being ordinary, it is your responsibility to become extraordinary, to start from being one of many to being special. That can only be done by commitment, by involvement, by meeting targets, by doing good work and being self-disciplined. Self-discipline is very important at work. See, when I was doing my PhD, I was managing a home, I was in the IIM, and I was working on my thesis from 9 o'clock at night to 2 o'clock AM for almost 9 months to finish my PhD. Because there was a time limit the institute had given me that if you finish your PhD by such and such and such a year, then we can consider you for a faculty. It was not then completely say, okay, you will be a faculty. They said, we will consider you for a faculty. And being a faculty meant giving a seminar, completing my viva of the... So organizations have policies, organizations have rules, organizations have regulations which you need to follow and abide by. That makes you a good employee and eventually in a good leadership role. Now, what do you need in a leadership role? A leadership role at the age of 21, and for example now, and a leadership role at 35, 40, 50 is quite different. In the initial phases, you need to contribute a lot and not say, what will I get out of it? Probably nothing. But as you grow into the organization, you will be started to become visible and started to be recognized for what you have contributed and what you have done. For example, when I started teaching, Institute wants every faculty to teach minimum 3 courses. But at one point of time, I was teaching 6 courses. And then only I started getting recognized of my contribution. And at that time, there were very few women in the institute. Maybe for 2 years, I was the only one. Later on, 2 and 3 and 4 joined. So mostly if you are want to acquire a leadership role, you must have a sense of commitment, sense of self-reflection, sense of values, and contribute without expecting something in return. It's only when you offer that you really get noticed, you become visible, you become central, you become significant. Otherwise, you remain one of many. To be from ordinary to extraordinary, you must do extraordinary decisions, extraordinary choices, and extraordinary contributions. This is how all these people who are sitting here must have done immense amount of extraordinary work to be where they are. And similarly, you have a space available to you, and already a pathway has been created for you, and a lot of role models are available to choose from. But I would suggest, instead of choosing, I would like to be like him, you must be like your own self, discovering your potential, discovering your creativity, discovering your innovation, and discovering what you can contribute. See, the environment is going to give you many challenges. It is the challenges which shape your character. If you cannot take the challenges, you cannot be a leader. And there are two other requirements of being a leader. Being able to take criticism without getting angry or reactive. Today we can see the amount of negativity the Prime Minister is getting, but he's unflustered. He continues to move on and do what is right. And so is required of you to become extraordinary. You must be able to take criticism, explore it, examine it, and then do what you feel is right and what is the truth and what is good for this institution you are a part of, the country you are a part of, and the family you are a part of. Family means you need to also, you see what has happened in the education system of the colonial era, that results have become so important that families encourage you not to participate in family events and family activities. And they say study, study all the time. They put so much that they postpone almost everything of life for you. And I believe that if you are to be a good family member and create your own families with a value system, you need to participate right from the beginning. Since you are this educated, there are children from neighboring around will come and ask your help, ask your advice. And you need to sit down and talk to them about what you have learned and how you have learned and what great your institution is. Just by just the education without values makes no sense. And education without responding to family, and education makes you respond to family in a more different way and a more realistic way to understand them, what is happening at different ages and phases of life. Another thing the colonials literally destroyed are the joint families, because the joint families prepared you for many aspects. Like I was growing up in a family of 22 members, at one point of time 44 members. Then we were 22 people, 17 children, and 7 or 8 adults. And every year there was a child in the family. So you learned how to bring up the children. You learned not to panic. You learned to accept what is going to happen to a child. And therefore, all of you must also talk to your parents and talk to the elders to see what it was in their life. Because today I see a lot of parents panic when anything, even a slightest cold happens, because you have not seen the transformation of how the family manages some of these normal, inevitable crises at home. The second aspect is the relationships. Relationships with the extended family also is very important. Your uncles and aunts, your cousins, it is very important to see that how different families or different parts of the families manage themselves. And how do you really keep the family together? This is also your part of your responsibility. My mother-in-law and parents-in-law wanted the whole family to be together. It took me 5 years to convince all the 5 brothers to come to India they were all living abroad, at least to give the parents a very positive time and fulfill their wishes. Now, if I got frustrated in 1 year or one meeting or one invitation, it would not have worked. It took me 5 years to get all the 5 brothers and their families together at my home. And the parents were most blessing me all the time. And I think we've stopped receiving blessings from the parents. The parents want to appease you and give you what you want, and they've forgotten how to be parents. And you've forgotten how to be children of managing the parents without getting upset or irritated or without creating an argument. Arguments are necessary to clarify your thinking, but not to belittle them or humiliate them for what they don't know. So this is very important aspect. And now I organize my part of the family, that is my parental part of the family. Every 2 years I have a reunion. First year 15 people came. The second year 35 people came. Today in the 5th reunion of it's called the Cousins Reunion, our entire my parental family side, 75 people come from across the world. I'm having one in December. So family from Australia, from New Zealand, from Canada, from US, from Dubai, everybody is kind of booking. So no, we are coming. So getting together the family as a clan, family as a extended family is very important. And it is in your hands to reunite or unite or create a relatedness with the rest of your family. Otherwise, you'll be 2 people or 5 people of a limited family, and you will not know who your extended family is. And this was the strength of India. Even in the US and Canada today, it is the Indian family whose children are doing exceedingly well because the family pays a lot of attention to the family members so that they can grow. Now, I'm saying all this because there are many parents who feel very sad that they do not have the children talking to them, interacting with them, sharing their lives with them. I think it's very important to do it. Important part is you may not recognize right now, but at some point of time, you will feel and experience a sense of loss that you did not do this. I have one big regret. My father had a knowledge of astrology, which was very unique. And my father was living with me, and he kept saying, Indira, sikho. And I was so caught up with IIM and IIM activities. He says, Indira, I am here for a year. Just give me 1 hour. After you come home for lunch, stay an extra hour. I'll teach you this. But I was so caught up with my time and my activities that I would eat and go away. And today I really regretted that I haven't learned that art. And that art of astrology is not available anywhere. I've searched for Google and I can't find it. Similarly, my mother-in-law would say, Indira, ye seekh le. And she had such a good ability of culinary art, I could have learned many things. But again, I was tied up in my preoccupations as a young wife and as a young mother. I did not listen to her. I said, "Kaun khana ye sab achar banana seekhega." But I really regret it today. They have so much to offer, and we do not know how to receive it. I think we need to learn how to receive in grace what is offered to us and not belittle what they are offering. So this would be my unsolicited advice for them. Advice for you to make sure that your grandparents have so much knowledge and so much experience. You have knowledge because you have studied and they have not enough. But by knowledge only makes you a god or a demon, but not a human being. So in order to be human, you have to temper your knowledge with elders' experience to make it wisdom for yourself. So I would really encourage that you do relate to your families, to your elders, respect them, and learn from whatever you can learn for them so you don't hold back any regrets in the later on in life. One more thing I would like to say is you must look after your health. See, right now you are young and your body is kind of on the up curve, so you may not know. But it's, I had recently, about 2.5 years ago, I had stroke, brain stroke. Now, 7 doctors in America came to see me because they were surprised that I have nothing wrong after my stroke. And then they asked me about what my lifestyle was. And they said, you have survived and do not have any, except my legs which are hurting, you don't have any other reminiscences of the stroke, like paralysis of your arm or your leg or your tongue, but you can't speak. It's because you have been vegetarian, you have done your exercises, you have not taken alcohol, you have not smoked. So you have survived, and survived with, you will be completely normal. And in 3 weeks, I was back in Ahmedabad. And the doctors were immensely surprised that I could travel after 3 weeks without any difficulty. And so health is very important. What you look after now, you will discover that which will shape you in your elder age. And you may think, being an old, I have another 50 years or 60 years, but believe me, they will vanish in no time. You'll be so preoccupied. One day you discover you are 60 and 70 and 50 and ailing with so many this, that and the other illnesses. Now, at that time you will be rich, you will be wealthy, you will have exactly what you want. But you will not be able to eat things which you want because you have diabetes. You will not be able to eat something because you have a high blood pressure or hypertension or something else, something else, something else. So please look after your health no matter what temptations arise. That is the self-discipline which is necessary from a leadership role and for your life. Life is very important. It is very, and the country has many opportunities for you to be in life. So make sure that you first maintain your health, then you can conquer the world. Otherwise, you, just as like I am at 80, I cannot walk, I could not give away the certificates which I was asked to do, and I said I cannot stand for more than 10 minutes because my legs are giving up. In order for nothing for your body to give up, please take care of the food you eat, what time you eat, and how much you eat, and which way you eat. Because in our Indian tradition, the food you eat, the way it is cooked, and India has such a rich knowledge of what to eat and how to eat to make your body last you and collaborate with you for a very, very long time. Now, having said this, what I would do is, as Dr. Ramesh Bhatt said, I tell good stories. I will end with a story as a gift to you. The story's name is The Mountain Who Loved a Bird. It goes something like this. Once upon a time, far, far from here, but just around the corner, and long, long time ago, but just about yesterday, was a vast stretch of land. The land stretched for miles and miles and miles. And in the middle of this land was a mighty, majestic mountain. It had stood there for millenniums and centuries and centuries. It had witnessed the sun rise in the morning. It has witnessed the winds blow. It had witnessed the seasons change. But it had stood in its mighty, majestic glory. Once in a while, the mountain would see some black specks into the sky float from one side and go to the other side. And it would wonder what they were. But then the mountain would forget it because it would be more occupied in the sun rising and the moon rising and the winds blowing and the seasons changing. On one such day, as the mountain saw the black specks in the sky, something very strange happened. A tiny, tiny black speck started to float down on the mountain. And the mountain was wondering what happened. Then all of a sudden, something plonked on the mountain. And the mountain did not know what happened because nothing like this had ever happened to him. So, and then in a little while, a very tiny, tiny voice said, "Mr. Mountain, can I please take shelter here?" The mountain did not know what to answer because it had never happened to it before. So in his mighty, gruff voice, it says, "Yeah, you may take shelter here." Then the little bird, who happened to be a black bird, introduced herself to the mountain and talked about the lands it had traveled, the sights it had seen, and talked about the rivers and the mountains and the forests and the two-legged creatures and the four-legged creatures and the temples and the mosques and the churches and the schools and the colleges. It talked about so many things. The mountain was just fascinated. And in this discussion, 3 days went away. And then on the third day, the bird said, Mr. Mountain, thank you so much. You have saved my life, and now it is time for me to go. The mountain was really taken aback because it was so engrossed in what the bird was saying that he had forgotten the time. So he said, why must you go? Why don't you stay here? And the bird said, I must go, because if I stay, I would die. And the mountain did not understand what she was saying. She says, go I must, for if I stay, I would die. And then the bird saw there was another flock of birds coming. So she wished the mountain goodbye and says, I must catch up with this flock who are traveling on the other side of the mountain. Then she said, Mr. Mountain, you've been so good to me. On my return journey, I will visit you. If I cannot come because the birds' lives are very small, I will send my eldest daughter to come and visit you. And so it happened that for generations and generations, the eldest daughter of the eldest daughter of the eldest daughter of the original bird visited the mountain and stayed there for 2-3 days. And whenever the bird would leave, for the first time in the mountain's life, it would feel lonely, isolated, and alone, and would wish the bird would stay. On one such day, the same drama got repeated. The bird says, go I must, for if I stay, I would die. And the mountain pleaded, and the mountain begged, okay, please stay back. And the bird said, go I must, I cannot stay back, for I would die. And the bird flew away as the second flock of birds came by. And this time the mountain felt so sad and felt so bad that from his huge mountain, a huge tear rolled out. And as the tears started rolling out, it went across the crevices of the mountains. And then came the rains, and then came the sunshine, and the seasons changed, and the mountain was waiting and waiting when the bird would come again. Then all of a sudden, one morning, the mountain woke up feeling exceedingly strange, for something was huffing and puffing on the mountain. And the mountain did not know what it was. Then suddenly it discovered that the seeds of the bird's droppings, which were there for years and years and years, had sprouted, and they were huffing and puffing and breaking the earth to come out of the earth and as a tiny, tiny plant. And overnight, the mountain was covered with hundreds and hundreds of tiny, tiny plants coming out of the earth. And then came the rains, and then came the sunshine. The tiny, tiny plants became small shrubs. Small shrubs became small trees. Small trees became large trees. Large trees became giant trees. And the sun would shine, and the rains would fall, and the seasons would change. And the whole mountain was covered with a forestry of flora and fauna, huge, massive trees. And the mountain still wondered why my friend hasn't come. Then all of a sudden one morning, not one bird, but hundreds and thousands of birds with a cacophony of sound landed on the mountain. And the little bird said to the mountain, Mr. Mountain, now I can stay here. We will build our nests, rear our young, and you will never be alone today. The moral of the story is, if you want to build a community, if you want to build an institution, if you want to build a country, you must have commitment, you must have investment, you must make emotional investment in human beings to help them grow, flourish, and nourish. Now, and before that, you must first give yourself nourishment, acceptance, self-value, and self-worth that you can transform the institution, the family, the society, the culture, and the country. The country has given us quite a bit. We must contribute to the country. Your founders have contributed by creating this institution. Similarly, you must leave your footprints into the history of times. And so the next generation will say, here was a person, here was my ancestor who left us this gift on this country. Thank you very much, and God bless you. God bless the university, God bless the country, and God bless all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Age is just a number, and you prove it, ma'am, with your undying inspiration and fabulous work. Thank you for encouraging everyone here to step beyond the threshold and make their individual presence felt in the universe and make their life meaningful, and especially holding on tightly to their cultural values, cultural heritage, and cultural wisdom. Also, your expression on the importance of hard work, that extra effort, challenges, relationships, family, country, health, and others is very, very essential in today's times for all of us here. We have been truly enriched by your enlightening words and for inspiring us all. Thank you, ma'am. A big round of applause. Thank you. I would now like to request our registrar, Dr. H. Ravishankar Kamath, to deliver the vote of thanks and then take the proceedings ahead.
Good afternoon, all of you. Chief guest of the convocation, Professor Indira J. Parikh, nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, Sri Amit Sheth, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, members of the Management Committee, trustees, senior functionary of SVKM, deans of all the schools, control of examination, head of the institutions, faculty colleagues, staff, graduating students, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this momentous occasion. We profusely thank our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Indira J. Parikh, for having spared her valuable time to join us in our celebrations. Madam, your convocation address was insightful and one that inspired hope, optimism, and pride in all of us. Thank you for blessing students, graduating students, and motivating them. Thank you very much, madam. We extend our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor Sri Amresh Patel ji and his nominee Sri Amit Sheth for gracing the occasion and helping us out whenever and wherever we approach them. Thank you very much, sir. We take immense pleasure in extending our sincere thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Ramesh Bhatt for his constant support, encouragement, and guidance. Thank you very much, sir. We need to mention our deepest sense of appreciation to the tireless efforts put in by deans and director of the school, their teams, Office of the Registrar, Control of Examinations, University Admin team, resulted befitting grace and poise to this ceremony. I also wish to acknowledge the contributions of all the faculty members, student volunteers, and staff in the success of this program. I wish all the graduating students all the best in their career. Stay safe, secure, and mentally strong. Thank you and Jai Hind. Now I request a nominee of the Honorable Chancellor, SVKM's NMIMS and Managing Committee member of SVKM, Sri Amit Sheth, to declare the convocation 2022 closed.
I declare the convocation 2022 closed.
Thank you, Sri Amit Sheth and Dr. Kamath. I request everyone present here in the auditorium to stand for the national anthem and remain standing till the academic procession recedes the auditorium.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Please remain standing. Thank you everyone for being such a wonderful audience. Please be seated for further announcements. Sorry, but you have to be seated for another 2 minutes only. We now come to the end of the Convocation Ceremony 2022. Before you all disperse, please pay attention to the following instructions. Lunch for dignitaries and deans will be served in the executive dining area, first floor. Lunch for faculty and staff will be served in the staff dining area, first floor. Lunch will be served in the Mukesh Patel Auditorium foyer for all students. Photographs of the respective schools will be taken opposite the mini auditorium from 2 p.m. onwards. The students who are in queue for the photographs, please assemble in the main auditorium post-lunch and wait for your turn as per the schedule shared with all. Additionally, students will also get their degree certificates from the respective classrooms as informed by your school. This can be done while you wait for your turn for the photography. On behalf of the NMIMS family, I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for gracing this memorable occasion with your presence. We once again congratulate all the students and their proud parents. We wish you all success in your future endeavors. Have a good day. Thank you so much. Thank you.